Hi. All right. We are going today to Discord to continue working on the programming language cast, and we are going to continue trying to fix the macro hygiene today because it is hard. Yo, hello, Bad Cop. Or maybe we play Bad Cop's game first. I don't know. Do we play your game first? Does your game work in browser, Bad Cop? Bad Cop games. No browser, but you made a Linux build just for me. Oh, nice. Is itch.io just not working anymore too? All right, fine. We'll play your game first before working on the stuff. Drift. Download Linux. What a good gamer does in this game. Let's see. Did I see the Brainoid make a game with the same assets? No, I did not. I think I did not get notification. Does it mean that I'm not following Brainoid on itch? Or did he not build it on itch? Hold on a second. Brainoid. I guess I'm not following Brainoid. No, hold on. Project Baratro and oh, this thing, Cyberpunk rhythm game. Is that what he did? Rider Flank Punk. All right. I don't see my mouse. Why do you hide my mouse? If you hide my mouse, then why don't you show a custom one? You don't hide it? Alright, fine. I need to see my mouse? Full screen. Full screen. Start credits. And... oh shit, I am in the credits. Nice. Physics consultant. I can try the Windows builder. I think that the Windows builder is going to work better, is what it means. Yeah, I don't see my mouse. Let's download the other one. On Wine? Yeah, on Wine. I don't know what happened here. There is a couple of errors. Node not found. Edge F. Well, F. Look at failed. Those errors are normal. Okay, so errors in Godot is normal. I see. Got it. Understand. Unzip neon drift. Make directory. Move neon drift. Wine drift. Program Neon Drift has encountered a serious problem and needs to close. We are sorry for the inconvenience. Show details. Page fault on right axis to 0. You have a segmentation fault? Or is that a seg fault in wine? Alright. Fine. Let's do one more try with Steam. If wine doesn't work, then Steam might work. I don't know how to get a standalone version of Proton. So I need to add you to the Steam library. Downloads and drift. Where is it? Shit. Search neon drift. There you go. Properties, compatibilities, Proton. You're not doing anything with the mouse? It might be the problem with Wayland, because you can see problem with the mouse in general. Like, look at this over here. When I'm hovering over the Firefox, this is my mouse cursor. When I'm hovering over Steam, this is my mouse cursor. It's different. And also, like, different sizes on the terminal, too. There's something really weird in the Wayland with cursors, I think. Like, it's the window that is supposed to know how to handle the cursor. Yeah, there you go. So like, I guess it's because this runs through, I don't know, like X Wayland. Like, this is the default cursor, right? And this is my actual cursor that I set. I don't know, something weird. Yeah, it works. What am I supposed to do? AD. Okay, so I crash. Incoming ramp. Is this a reference to something? I don't think I get it. The death screen. Can I quick restart? Control R. Okay, good. Can I skip this cutscene? That is slow. Why am I so slow, like, to rotate? What? Okay, the physics are completely unintuitive so far. I don't understand them at all. Did you use my consulting, like, actually, or did you, like, implement it completely differently? Like, I literally cannot control myself at all when I'm hooked to the to a car. Okay, I see. So I'm supposed to, like, click it and then, like... Okay, I see. It's weird. So basically, when I'm attached to a car, I cannot control myself at all, which is very weird. But if I, like, click and then click again, then I get a massive speed boost. No, this time I did not. This time I did not. And to, like, wait until it's red and then... Okay, I see. I can lean left and right. Yeah, but, like, it doesn't move me. So why would I do that? Oh, shit. This is... Okay, I don't know. Like, why did I, like... Oh, so I was holding left. I was not moving to the left at all. And then as soon as I like release the button, it starts actually moving me at like the infinite speed. Like I'm going into completely different direction when I'm releasing my my hook. Wait, what? I was supposed to go to the left, right? Try again. That was not very intuitive. I was supposed to, like, what? There was some signs somewhere. I don't understand. Like, the controls are really bad, Bad Cop, I'm sorry. And maybe I will understand them at some point, but... Come on, I didn't touch that guy. There's a learning curve for sure. Well, I mean, it's completely unintuitive is the problem with it. I would understand if I would fail because I moved myself into the incorrect spot, but it's because the game is moving like in the random direction whenever I am like releasing my hook. Is there other controls? It's not random. Yeah, I understand that it's not random, but it's not intuitive, which means random to the brain of the player. Like, why? Why? Like, what? Excuse me? I don't know, you said that Godot physics was buggy, but I don't know. Maybe you should have used Godot physics after all. Yo, Nuyang, hello. I'm playing Bad Comp's game, and then I'm going to work on my project. Okay. There's like a leaderboard. I don't get it. I guess there was a thing there where I needed to go to the side, and I didn't see it. Come on, you were supposed to go to the left. I was holding the button left. Sometimes it just rotates and sometimes it doesn't. Like, I don't get it. The physics is not understandable at all. Like, why when I'm releasing the hook, I am moving to the side? Because that, like if I'm trying to, what's the, like, physics explanation to this? Because as far as I understand, I am connecting to the car, and then when it's red, like, I'm trying to, like, pull myself towards the car, right? Which would make sense, but sometimes it pulls me, like, to the side. Why is that like that? What's the kast agenda today? I'm going to work on the macro hygiene again because it still is not working. It preserves my velocity. No, it doesn't. It pushes me to the side. Preserving velocity means moving at the same velocity as what I was moving before. But it doesn't. It's literally changing it. Or you mean like when I am attached? When I'm attached, then it preserves. But then what's leaning is doing? It still is doing something. Weird. Okay, and then I missed the turn again. Damn. When you let go, it just increases your speed. But in which direction? Like increasing the speed, like it makes no sense. Why you can increase my speed to the side and like because that's what you're doing sometimes for some reason. Like over there. It literally moved me to the side. What same direction? Same direction as what? As where I'm facing? As where my board is facing? Same direction as like the direction of the connection? Because those are two different directions, you know? It's not moving you to the side, you're turning. After you let go? Why am I turning? If you are holding D, then you let... When you let go, you will turn, yes? But that should be completely independent.
Hello, bad cop.
Naruto doesn't have a hello.
Oh my god, no, I cannot. I hate it. Naruto, did you play this game? Do you understand the physics here? Because I don't. How long should I play it until I understand it? I don't understand. Like over there, I released it and it did not increase my speed. And over here, it increases my speed to the side. What? Like over here, look at this. I release. Did you see? I barely increased my speed because like because I guess I was to the side of the car. That makes a little bit of sense, but it's not consistent with other like things that I'm seeing. Like over here, I moved into the wall. Did you see that? When I'm getting up a ramp, I'm getting the speed too. So I guess ramps are always safe to take for whatever reason. I guess they are also accelerating you. Okay, fine. But if I had too much speed when going into the ramp, that it doesn't slow me down, and I do not have enough rotation speed to go back to the road. Okay. Alright, I'll try it a couple more times. That's pretty good score. I wasn't even trying yet. I'm just trying to understand the physics. Is there like a cooldown on the hook? All right, what's the bottom left? It says 2019. This is my speed, right? And then blue is what? What is the blue bar? Oh my god. God. Okay. They are the same thing? Okay. Oh, I mean, score-wise, it seems like I can go infinite in this game. If I'm just, like, careful enough. Right? Like, I can go low speed because of the weird physics. So that, like... Yeah. Yeah, just take the ramp always on the slowest speed, because otherwise I will overshoot it. Do you not show the score in the game? I don't see the score on my screen. Could put it on one of those billboards if you don't want to put it on the UI. Alright. I mostly figured it out now. Yeah, I think I figured it out. But I still think that it's pretty bad in terms of physics. Alright. But looking good. Do 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 do. Dun, dun, dun. I don't know. I just don't feel the connection to the player at all. Feels weird. Where's that Brainoids game? What did Brainoid do? Did he do the same thing but with proper physics? A rhythm game? Let's see. Almost impossible without a controller. Drop your name. Women. Take the ride. So all we need to do is to get 69,000, right? Left and right to aim on trails. Right when the trails are under you. Space. Hold boost key, shift, to move faster horizontally. Try to ride when there are no trails. Cost you score. Is this supposed to be images which are not shown to me? Oh shit! Wait, what? You mean I want to move even faster? This is already very, very fast. Like, why would I even want to move faster here? Wait, this is negative? Wait, hold on. I'm supposed to stay off of these things, right? Wait, no? What am I supposed to do? I press space on top of them? Okay. Guitar Hero, but you're a skateboard? Yeah, but I never played Guitar Hero. I don't know what it is. Now you see, Bad Cop, in this game I understand the physics. You press left, you go left. You press right, you go right, you know? Why couldn't you do the same? In this game you are bad? I mean, I'm bad in all of the rhythm games, I guess. No, I rock actually. Never mind, I'm good. I think the music synchronization is a little bit off, but maybe it's just me. I'm trying to do it to the beat and it doesn't work. That was completely disconnected with the music. What do you mean? I'm just looking at the screen. I'm not listening to the music at all here. Wait, I got like 80,000, no? And then there's like 10 tracks. All right. Let's see. What did you think I will not get, like number 3? If you can pass the level with keyboard, you mean any level? I literally passed the level, right? Let's go to this one. I'm playing with one hand? No, with two hands. I use the right hand with arrow keys and then left key for space. Сколько становую тягу? We talk English here, right? Okay, in this level, a little bit I feel the connection to the music. In the previous level, I did not feel it at all. And number 11. Alright. Nice. Okay, I'm not going to even try to go for the leaderboard here. I'm not a player of the rhythm games. Right. Can we work on the actual thing now that I was supposed to work on today? I start to ask you about your gym stats. Yeah, I'm not doing gym. I'm not. Last time I went to gym was like 10 years ago. The most thing that I did recently was doing push-ups. I'm not doing the gym stuff. Was the heaviest push-up you did? You mean heaviest push-up? Heaviest push-up? You mean, what do you mean heaviest push-up? Push-up is when you push yourself up, right? So I mean the heaviest I was ever? Is that the question? How much I weighed? Or you mean what? I had to push the ground down, right? Yeah. Earth is pretty heavy, true. Well, I mean, I think I did like do the 80 kilograms, like not the push up, like what do you call these things? Like the push up, but with the actual weights. I did do 80 kilograms at some point. I don't know what that is in your American like weight system. Bench press, yeah, I guess bench press. Yeah, bench press. I don't remember if I did much more than 80. That was a long time ago, though, anyway. 80 kgs is like 176 lbs. I don't know, maybe. I don't know what lb is at all. But I guess it's half of a kilogram. Around there. No, it's 2. Yes, 2 kilograms. Yeah, right. Okay. Anyway, we're going to do the programming language kast. So I did a little bit off stream. Did I make things work? No, I didn't, because like the hygiene is really hard. If I try to run the tests right now, then they are going to be failing, and I'm gonna try and like fix the things. Maybe we will even like redo the thing from scratch. But yeah. All the tests are failing. Not all of the tests, actually. Some of the tests are failing, some of them are not failing. What can I advise after Rustlings and the Rust book? just program the program that you want to program, I guess. Why do you need reading? I like learning by doing, you know, just to write things, and then when you like are struggling with some particular thing, if you don't know how to figure it out yourself, then you look it up, right? So like I am right now implementing hygienic macros for my programming language, and there are articles and papers about that, right? Hygienic macro. There's a Wikipedia page about it, and then there is like a like a PDF file somewhere. Wait, what is this? Embedding hygiene compatible macros in an unhygienic macro system. Macro by example drives syntactic transformation for their specifications, syntactic closures. Metaprogram in the Julia language. Racket, a scheme variant, its macro system was originally based on the syntax case, but now has more features. Languages with hygienic macro systems. Is this all the languages? That's definitely not all the languages with hygienic macro systems. So Nim is another one of those. Has anyone here tried Nim? Alright, anyway, there's like, if I look Rust hygienic macros, hygiene. Yeah. I don't know. I saw the reference to some paper that Rust implementation is based off. But yeah, I'm not reading it. I'm just trying to do the things myself, and then once I actually have no idea how to make any progress, then I will maybe try and look up how other people are doing it. So anyway, what I'm going to do here is when I'm compiling, here's the idea, right? We have so like previously when I was like running my program, including running the compiler, I had a single scope that I was in currently, right? And in order to like have like these hygienic macros, I need to actually have multiple scopes. I have like the current evaluation scope, which is like the previous thing, but then I also want to have the lexical scope, and the lexical scope is not always like stereoscope. Rusty span hygiene. Oh, it is. It's powered by these macros that work together. Compile time bindings, partial expansion, and definition contexts. Journal and function programming, number 22. In 2012. Over here. It's on it's a Racket. Okay. Stereoscope. Stereoscope is a good name for my. So like I call this biscope because I have two scopes at the same time. But in fact, I think we are going to have even more than two scopes at the same time at some point. Like imagine a code that I'm compiling, which is something like this even, right? So when I am compiling this macro let hello, right, my evaluation scope is still like this global scope. This is all, we're all inside the same scope. My evaluation scope is going to keep the same, but my lexical scope when I'm inside this macro, so like this code is basically being substituted over here instead of this macro call, right? So evaluation scope is going to remain the same, but lexical scope is going to be different, right? And then let's say that over here I'm calling let named hello, which means that I'm substituting that with this. And inside that substitution, I'm also substituting the name here, the dollar name, with this argument here, which means that I'm doing like substitution within substitution, which means that I think that I'm going to have like almost like a scope of like a stack of lexical scopes within which we are working. Like you know, also so like Nerdsel, we don't always want to be hygienic macro, by the way, right? Sometimes we also want to inject new identifiers into the scope. So and because of that, I have a question then. Do we ever want to have something like this? Let's see, foo macro, right? So this is going to expand to bar, right? And then I want to say print hello, right? And then a macro bar is going to say that let hello be hello. You see what I'm doing here? So we say function main, and I say something like bar print hello. This is not going to work because this is hygienic macro, even although I'm replacing this bar with that, it's not going to work, right? Hello? Is that how it works in Rust? In Rust, we can do the... So in Rust, this is not going to work. Hold on a second. Like this, right? So this says cannot find value hello in this scope, right? Because hello is defined, even although it's defined in the same scope, this hello is like the symbol that is invisible to us here lexically. That's how hygienic macros work, right? That's what we're supposed to get. But sometimes you want to opt out of this hygiene. You can currently do this in Rust only with doing when you're doing procedural macros. But I guess I cannot show it in the playground, and yeah, I can go and locally create the thing to do that. Yeah, sure. Let's do that. Let's go to playground here, right? So I have a procedural macro. I already had this. So we have test procedural macro, right? And this says let x be hello. Literally, so that's literally the same. I just say that it is hello, whatever, hello. So I create a new identifier that is named hello, but I say that it has the mixed side. This is technically like hygienic, right? So over here, when I say test procedural macro print line hello, right? That's literally what we did already before. So this says cannot find value hello in this scope, right? Same thing, but with a procedural macro instead of this macro. So you can control this by saying, instead of mixed site, you say call site, and then it's going to actually compile here. So this actually injects the identifier from inside the macro into the current scope. See the difference? So even although the variable name is the same, whether it's visible or invisible to the current scope depends on the macro like hygiene rules. Now, here is another thing, though. Here's another thing. Let's say that I want to test declarative macro here, right? Test declarative macro. And inside declarative macro, I'm going to say test procedural macro. And then I'm going to say print hello. What do you think is going to happen here, Nerdsoul? Any ideas? I actually don't know what's going to happen. It says cannot find value hello in this scope. So it generates the symbol in the scope of this macro, right? Okay, I mean, actually that makes sense. But can I so like, okay, let's have two nested procedural macros then, because then I can control everything, right? Let's have two procedural macros. And this is test nested procedural macro. So in the nested procedural macro, I'm just going to quote something like test procedural macro, right? And then I'm going to say print low, right? So the same thing, but with procedural macros. Right? Expected ident. Wait, what? What do you mean? Like this. Okay, so let's do this. I will test nested procedural macro. Right? Okay, hold on. So this actually compiles. I print hello and I print hello. So but here's the question, right? Okay. But like, so my question is, can I can I make this procedural macro work as the previous declarative macro? You know what I mean? So like this, I have a macro which calls another macro. That macro is generating new identifiers into the current scope, right? Or I mean into the call site, right? So what is this call site? Is the call, so I guess in this case, in the case of nested procedural macros, the call site is the original call site. You know? So but what if I wanted to work as this like declarative macro that was calling a procedural macro? You know? So I want this symbol to be generated in this scope and invisible to the caller of this macro. Right? Do you want that sometimes? I don't know. Is there any other programming languages than Rust that have not only like not only like hygienic macros, but also like the macros where you are able to control the hygiene, like in Rust here? So like, if I want to control that, this is what I mean. I would have like a stack of lexical scopes. So basically in Rust, when you say call site, this is introducing the symbol into the into the earlier into the bottom of the stack lexical scope, and when you have like the definition side, you're introducing the symbol into the top of the stack lexical scope, you know. But what if I want to introduce it somewhere in the middle? How do I control that then? And like, should that be even controlled here, or should that be controlled by the macro that is using another macro? You know, should I say that this macro should like the call side is now here, call side is here, and not like the original caller? Does anyone understand what I'm asking? But yeah, it's like public for idents and pub views for macro output. Yeah, actually, yes, that's a good analogy, I guess. Yeah. So when you are calling a macro, you can call it with just calling it, or you can call it and re-export the symbols at the same time, right? Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. So there should be like two ways of calling a macro. I don't know. I think we that's just a question that I had, but I think we don't care about it. And for now, we just do the hygienic macros. And for the hygienic macros, I guess we only need the most nested scope that we are working in currently, and we don't care about the others. But eventually, we will want more. In the macro definition, it specifies if it leaks pub mixed site idents. Well, I mean, we are not going to have mixed site. We're only going to have either the definition site or the call site. Mixed site in Rust is because the types and like bindings are different, but we're going to make them the same. We are not going to have anything that's mixed. In the macro definition, it is specified if it leaks. Mixed site. No, hold on. Mixed site is basically hygienic macro. Mixed site for identifiers is definition site. Mixed site for like new type names is call site, which is why it's called like mixed site. Yeah. So you want to like to have public call site. In the macro definition, it's specified if it leaks identifiers. Well, I mean, when you say call site, that already means leaking identifier, right? So call site means leak. So call site is already pub, right? But when you're calling a macro which has like the public identifier, like a leaking identifier, then you want to know if you want to like leak it further or not leak it further, right? All right, anyway, let's I will like rewrite my code a little bit. I will have a scopes module over here. So instead of having by scope, I will rename that. I just have use scopes everything. By scope and scope. Get rid of that. You at lunch. All right. Module scope. Okay. Here is what we're going to do. I'm going to have something similar to my by scope here. I'm actually going to remove that and put that here. Delete that file. And I say module scopes. Okay. Pub use scope type. Use scope something like that. So instead of by scope, I'm going to call this scopes. So when we are compiling or running code, we need to maintain multiple scopes at the same time. We need to have the evaluation scope and we need to have the lexical scope. All right, that makes sense, right? So evaluation scope is like used in interpreter, and we get names, we get values for symbols by ID, and then the lexical scope is used in compilation. We get values for values by names, right? So like we get by name, and over here we get by ID always, because we're supposed to like compile and know the ID, so the names are irrelevant anymore. And then when I enter a new scope, I actually like interpreter scope and compiler scope. Then yeah, maybe. I like actually like when I was trying to make this off stream, that's what I started with, and then like I don't know, this is still like hard to. Yeah, sure. Let's have interpreter and compiler. Let's actually even make sure that the interpreter scope is a new type and compiler scope is a new type, just so that I can make sure that I get the values by names only in the compiler and only by symbols in the interpreter. Interpreter scope. Compiler scope. We'll see. I know like that's literally the naming that I started with, or like when I was doing it off stream, but then for some reason I decided to change it, but nothing works still, so I don't know. Let's see if I can do it this time. Okay. So what's my API? I can make a new scope. Scope is either recursive or not recursive because I have these two types of scopes. Okay, and then parent is the parent. Okay, sure. I parent, C parent. Why is this compiling? This is interpreter scope. Is my, let me reload. It's supposed to show an error. Or because this parent is an optional interpreter scope, but I need this to be a different, like the scope argument is supposed to be not interpreter scope. Hello? Our raster analyzer is thinking. Our raster analyzer is still thinking. Why is it so slow? It's like it's blocked currently. There's no way it's that slow. Maybe I quitted and like the file is still locked or something somehow. Or is it just slow? Like what is happening right now? It's showing me some errors and now it's still thinking. There's no way. What is it thinking about? That's not normal. Clippy driver is using all my CPU. I mean, it's using the full core. What is it doing? Anyone had this issue? This is the first time I have this. Cargo, let's do clean. Check. Let's just do it all from scratch. What is it doing? Like, I already have the error message, right? It's just supposed to stop compiling. What is it doing? Rust C, crest name, create name kast? The Rust C is just like working forever? Huh? When I have the compilation error? Alright, maybe I just need to fix the compilation error then. That's weird. That sounds like a bug. Okay. So my compilation is never going to finish now, but the Rust analyzer is kind of working. But cargo clippy is never finishing. Fine. So I just need this to be parent interpreter 0. Zero clone. So let's clone it over here. Bad. No, because this one is optional. Okay. And I will clone here. Remove this. Remove that. I will remove everything here, and then we will try this again. Except everything except for like closing. Sure. Remove this too. And let's see. Use of undeclared compiler. So whenever I'm compiling an ASD, which is generated somewhere else, this is where I am doing that. Okay. Scopes. All right. We're going to have function enter lexical scope, which is when I'm like changing the lexical scope. I guess. I mean, I guess compiler scope is what I need here. Enter. So I guess I will call it a compiler scope then, not lexical. Compiler. That what I want? Maybe. Let's fix other errors. No method, hygienic scope. All right. To do. Or maybe let me think about this immediately. So we have a const let where I say that at compilation time, I need to know some things, right? So pattern value, we're doing pattern matching. To do. I don't know yet. I don't know yet. Just going to do a to do here. So st data is going to have like parent compiler scope is optional. Compiler scope, I think. All right. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of errors now. Scopes. Inject bindings. Scopes compiler. Self. Scopes. Interpreter. Insert. Binding symbol. Value binding. Binding. All right, let's take a look at the compiler and interpreter scope. Both of these need to have the way to insert values into them. So insert into the interpreter scope. I will insert using symbols. I will insert values. Like that. So cell 0 insert symbol value. Sure. Into the compiler scope, I'm supposed to insert them by just names technically, right? So maybe just name is what I need here, and I will like make a new symbol here. always. This is supposed to be color scope. And 0. Interpreter scope. Compiler scope. Compiler is a new compiler scope. Okay. So let's see here. Into the compiler, I'm going to insert the thing by its name, right? And I'm also going to like match binding hygiene here, I guess. Speaking about the hygiene, I think for now I'm going to only support the definition side and not the call side, so that it's easier. But I'm still going to match on it. So macro hygiene is hygiene definition site. In this case, I'm going to inject into the compiler scope. Compiler scope insert. This takes a name, so I need to have not just the symbol. I need to have like the name of it. Okay. Sure. Okay, here's the important part. Whenever I'm compiling an expression, I'm going to look into the current scopes, into the compiler scope, and I'm going to look up name with hygiene. Okay, sure. Let's try that. So in the compiler scope, I need to have an async function lookup by name with hygiene. Going to match hygiene. There's only one thing for now. Definition site. I'm going to say self 0. Look up. Get impl. Lookup name. True. Do await. Do. This get is going to give me an optional symbol and value. So lookup should give me an optional. Should I get both symbol and value here? I don't know yet. Maybe, potentially. Actually, probably just the value. Thinking that just the value should be here. So I'm going to map that symbol value to do this. Return some value. which means that this is just the value. Autocomplete. Scopes interpreter inspect. Down. Inspect. Function from locals. So we need to have locals there too. To do don't expose locals. Syntax definitions. I'm storing those in scopes too, huh? Okay. Get binding. This is called in one place in evaluation. Going to remove that. Pattern match. A 4. Binding in just self scopes, interpreter, insert, binding, symbol. Add local, self scopes, interpreter, insert, symbol, value. I think. I'm not sure. What is the name of the programming language I'm making? It's called kast. It's called kast. I'm currently like struggling for not the first day already with trying to implement hygienic macro system. Okay, yeah, I don't really know what I'm doing here, but I'm trying to do something. What is special in this? What's special, Nerdsoul? What's special? I mean, a good programming language is something that doesn't have anything. I mean, yes, it's just supposed to be a good language, you know, without the downside of the other programming languages. The unique part. So like, okay, the special is that the language doesn't have any downsides. All right. It's just like a good language with no buts, right? But yeah, I guess the context system is kind of unique. There is no, I mean, it's not unique, but it's not really in any mainstream programming languages, I guess. The effect systems are just getting into that. The compile time function evaluation, like you have in C++, is a lot less is like in C++ you have compile time evaluation in like const expr stuff, right? But it's bad compared to something like in Zig. So like that's also a feature that we are going to have. I don't know, like a good type system. Compiler as a library is a fun point as well. Yeah, I guess that's something that no one is doing. But also, I have not really like implemented that yet. Really, is there any other language that has that, where you can? Well, I mean, technically, I guess Lisp's. Try ChatGPT to fix your error. What error? Good is C++ less than kast. I mean, did you mean that C++ is good, or did you mean that kast better than C++ is good? C++ is just one of the languages that we can compare against. But yeah, C++ is not really like hard to be better than, unless you are like targeting speed, right? Specifically. But even then, I think I mean, it's just not my priority, but I think eventually we can make it a fast programming language too. Yeah, I have written out the specific ideas on the website, but the website is going to be improved, so if you still have questions, then yeah. But yeah, I guess like the main points are a good type system, like in Rust with traits and like algebraic data types. Those are like the important parts that like must be in any programming language, I think. Like from Haskell. What is there in Haskell that we don't have in Rust that we will still have in Kast? I don't know, like higher kinded types, I guess. I mean, you kind of have that in Rust too, though. So I don't know, just like easier to work with, I guess. Um. So yeah, that, then comp time like in Zig, and then like macro system like in Lisp. And then compiler being the interpreter, like in general, I guess. Which is I don't know. I don't know. Let me think about the hygiene here, because I've been trying that for multiple days and we're still not getting it. Syntax definitions. Scope syntax definitions. Syntax definitions. How about I do that? I've been creating my own intermediate representation process. Yeah, I have my own intermediate representation. It is very high level intermediate representation. It's like it has the type information to the expressions that we have. Here we have the intermediate representation. Here's all the things that we have, like the if statement, like the if expression, the let expression, calling a function, right? This is what my intermediate representation looks like. Yeah. It's similar to ASD, but it's like more like narrowed to like the only the like small necessary bits, and then there's also like the type inference data there. Yeah, the image representation is a proper higher programming language. Like, it's not a low-level image representation. Like, it's not a like I'm not trying to mimic a CPU there. Yes, it's really high level. I should compile my interpret representation to some secondary interpret representation. Well, that's the that only needs to happen if I want to actually compile it down to some native like bytecode. So yes, like when we are going to actually write the compiler, so like my interpreter works on my own custom interpret representation right now, right? But when I want to compile it to a native code, then I would need to go through the some other like interpret representation like LLVM in the immediate representation or something else. But that's going to happen later. In syntax definitions, mutex something self-zero syntax definitions. I'll keep that here for now. Wait, it compiles. Check. No, it does not compile. There you go. It's just slow. The Rust analyzer is slow. Alright, what am I supposed to have here? Substitute bindings. Scopes interpreter. Get the value of binding symbol. Right? I think that's what I want to do. Interpreter scope. So like during the compilation, I want to look up a symbol by name. This thing is async. In the interpreter, I want to get the value that is corresponding to a symbol by ID. And that is not going to be async. I think. I'm not sure. I'm going to look up by the symbol ID. That. Third option, this found that. Okay, yeah, let symbol value be that. Value. Value. Insert syntax. Syntax definitions like that, okay. This is not a future. Option value is not a future. Yeah, okay. Flatten. I don't need to flatten anymore. Binding. Okay, when I'm evaluating the binding, I need to get my scopes my interior scope, and to get the value of the binding symbol, this should not be async. Now I have removed the to-do actually. One second. Alright, I need to take a break for about 5 minutes. See you 5 minutes. We'll call it a bathroom break. All right, I'm back. Uh, Please add this feature to your language. Self-adaptive syntax. This feature is not available in any language at the time. Explore it. Self-adaptive syntax. Anyone heard about that before? Because I did not. Self-adaptive system. How do I search on this if it's not Googleable? Should I ask ChatGPT what it is? Self-adaptive syntax refers to the type of syntax that can adjust or evolve in response to changing conditions of contexts. This term is used in different contexts. Natural, okay, for programming language. In the realm of programming languages, self-adaptive syntax could refer to a language that dynamically alters its syntax or rules depending on the specific programmer and tasks. For example, domain-specific languages may adapt their syntax rules to fit particular demands or user needs. Doesn't it mean that, like, since you can have DSLs in other programming languages, so DSL is technically like having a way to have a DSL inside your language means that your language has the self-adaptive syntax? No? But like, yeah, like how does it self-adapt? Like if you like, you need to like insert something, like change the syntax to this specific thing. Like, for example, in Rust, you could have like a macro, which inside a macro parses the insides of the macro as if it was like HTML, right? There are macros like that. Does it mean that that's a self-adaptive syntax example? Because then it's already existing. And we can also change our syntax. The reason ChatGPT knows but Google doesn't, because it doesn't exist. System could use self-adaptive to optimize for the readability, conciseness, or expressiveness of code. All right. Yeah, that makes sense. ChatGPT just made this thing up. I don't know. Shivamk, if you're still here, maybe you can tell us more about what you want to have in a programming language. All right. I will for now continue fixing the things or breaking things. I don't know what I'm doing here actually. Or scope in this recursive. Scope inspect. What is this? This is me evaluating. Okay. The things. Scope. Self. Scope. Inner. Oh wait, hold on, it's inner. Inner. Interpreter. Inner scopes interpreter inspect. Extend runtime matches. For binding value in matches. Kast scopes interpreter. Insert binding symbol. Should have a reference here, I think, so that I don't clone it. Maybe. I will just clone inside there. Insert symbol I will clone here instead. Town. And local. Pattern match. Is that it? No, that's not it. There is another one. This is ease. Okay, 4. Ding. Value in matches. Scopes. Interpreter. Insert. Binding symbol. Value. Is that it? It's not going to work. I know for a fact that it's not going to work. Unused variable value. Unused variable binding. Let's try going into the REPL. Not yet implemented. 543. 543. Compiler. 543. Over here. So yeah, this is when I'm doing a const let. Right? I'm doing a const let. I need to insert this thing. Okay. I guess it's like this. Self scopes dot compiler insert binding symbol name value. Right? That's what I'm supposed to do here. Wait a second. std print. std is not found. Okay. std is not found when I'm compiling. All right, I see. I understand. Let's try something something easier. Something like let x be hello x. That's working. Okay, nice. The reason std is not found is because std is being inserted over here through the outside using add local. This adds it to the interpreter, so interpreter knows about this, but the compiler does not know about it. Okay. Yeah. So we say self scopes compiler insert symbol name value. This means that like it's treated like a constant if I insert the value directly. Doesn't mean that I should not even insert it to the interpreter, because I only insert it to the compiler, because the interpreter should not know about this, because this is not a runtime value, this is compile time value, the standard library, right? Maybe. Let's try. std. Yeah, so std is here, std print. Hello. Okay, so that works. All right. Let's try running tests. This is going to compile from scratch again because I did cargo clean. There is things that are not going to work for sure. I just don't know what exactly yet. All right. So half of the tests work, half of the tests don't work. Let's see. Test macro hygiene. And I think then we also are like in an endless loop somewhere. The reason we are in the endless loop, I know why. It's because inside the scopes I have this I have this lookup, which is async, but it should not always be async. Sometimes it should actually be sync. Depends on my current I guess let's do await as a boolean here as an argument, which means that when I'm calling it over here, it's going to be self kast spawned spawn clone. Let's do spawned on the cast directly. And interpreter spawn is not going to be here. Return the result of a lead binding. It's fine. Oh, this is moved. Of course. With every feature added, more tests are broken. I mean, they have been like breaking and fixing every time I was like changing my hygiene stuff. So let's try one of the simplest tests that is failing, like the macro hygiene. Maybe is the simplest one. I don't know. So we try just run examples macro hygiene, right? So if I try to run this, does it compile? It actually does not compile. Macro hygiene 16. So print hello. This hello is like it's trying to compile this and it does not compile it. Wait, what? But then this compiles? Even though I'm kind of in the same scope here, kind of. Oh wait, no, line 16. This hello is not found. Okay. Now that makes sense. So like this thing, this line here is when I'm calling a macro. And inside here, this is like a nested macro. I actually know exactly what happens here. So yeah, for this one, this makes sense to me. It says hello is not found. On line 9 also over here. So I'm trying to print hello. So like over here, this let named hello. This expands to let hello be named and then print name, right? Now this name is like me unquoting this inside a macro, right? But when that happens right now, I'm actually entering a new scope. So this name is being inserted into the new scope here, and then over here when I'm unquoting it again, it's trying to do it in another new scope, but these two scopes must be the same, right? These two scopes must be the same. So I think actually there is this thing in scopes. So I have this thing in enter compiler. So based on the parent compiler scope, which is based on the parent compiler scope. Well, actually, hold on. No. Hold on. What we need is It's actually weird, this example, because I want this hello to be injected into the same scope as this hello, right? So like literally into the same scope, right? But as you can see over here, I'm always trying to introduce a new scope where parent is the captured scope. So in this case, I am capturing the current scope. And yeah. That's weird. So what should I do? Should I never introduce a new scope and just use the captured scope immediately? I think it depends. I think it depends. Because in this case, I'm basically constructing this AST. I'm quoting this hello as an AST implicitly. And over here, I'm quoting explicitly. And I think based on explicit versus implicit, I should make a new scope or not. I don't know if that makes any sense to anyone. Does it make sense to me? I'm not sure. No. Okay, let me just let's just think what happens when I call let named hello, right? So what actually happens, right? What actually happens? I have current, so like current scope is like, I don't know, let's call current scope A, right? Right? So when I say let named hello, first thing that happens, I take the argument to this macro, and I say that argument is AST hello, right? Which means that I'm implicitly quoting it when I'm calling a macro. I'm converting this symbol into the AST, right? I'm quoting it. And then when I'm quoting it, hello, when I'm quoting it, I am preserving the current scope, so I save information that hello comes from scope A, right? So I named the current scope A, right? That's what's happening. Then when I am calling the let named macro, right? So then let named macro is being called, right? So we construct new AST, which is now let hello be named and print hello, right? And we are capturing we are also like, since this is happening inside a macro, we save information that this AST comes from the macro. Scope of let named, you know. So so I have like the AST which knows that it comes from inside this macro, right? But then the hello symbol here is also coming from the outside, you know. So when I'm trying to compile this, when I'm trying to compile this code, I'm first entering the scope of the let named. I'm entering this scope, which we were evaluating when I was constructing the AST. That thing was captured, okay? And then when I'm trying to compile hello, I am like jumping scopes again, and I'm jumping this scope back to the scope A, So my scope becomes some. So my stack of scopes is something like I'm inside a scope, and then while I'm inside the a scope, I'm compiling something inside the let named scope, and when I'm inside the let named scope, I'm compiling again something inside the a scope. Does that make sense? So I'm jumping the scopes back and forth, right? But I'm not jumping like this exactly. When I'm entering these scopes right now, like when I'm saving the information, where is the AST coming from, I don't jump to that scope immediately exactly. I am constructing a new scope with a parent scope being the saved one. But that's not correct, I guess. Maybe I should like jump to them specifically, although like not really. Like when I'm going to the let named, because this is an explicit quote, I think I should construct a new scope, because otherwise I would be polluting the thing. Does that make any sense? Because this AST can be used in other places, and every time it's used in some other place, it should be a new scope. Where this is implicit, and I know that it's only going to be used once. Over here. I mean, it's actually being used twice, but those both usages refer to the same scope, right? So this name is going to be introduced into some scope, which is the same scope as this name where I'm using it, right? And since the scope of the hello here, which is the argument to this macro, is the original scope A, right? Then that is the scope in which I should insert the symbol, right? So I think, so as you can see over here, I'm saving information that some AST comes from some scope, right? When I'm constructing AST, I'm always capturing the scope, but it looks like there is two types of quotes. The explicit and the implicit quote. I think, but I'm not sure. So when I have the AST, right, I have the AST data, which says parent compiler scope, which is like the compiler scope which we were in when we were constructing the AST. Which is called the definition site, basically. Maybe there should be definition site. Maybe I should just like not never construct a new scope. Like why am I making a parent scope? Let's go, first of all, let me rename this to the definition site. Definition site. Sure. What will happen if when I just entering the compiler scope where the definition site. So the enter compiler means enter definition site of the AST, where the definition site, it was some like captured compiler scope basically, right? Let's just like let's just not do this. Let's just insert the definition site here immediately. I don't know, this still feels a little weird. So instead, I say that I just substitute my compiler scope with the definition site. My interpreter scope remains the same, but the compiler scope becomes the definition site. Does that make any sense? While compiling, hello at 16, hello is not found. All right. Let's say that I am inserting something here, right? Let's do this. tracing info, inserting name into self ID. Look up name in self ID. Let's do that. It still is like different scopes probably. So like you see how I am inserting the hello, right? So this is my final like stuff that I'm trying to do. I'm trying to say let hello be something. So I'm inserting the hello into the scope with this ID 721, right? And then I'm looking up print in the same scope, in the scope of 721, which is actually weird, right? Because print and hello, they are supposed to be different. And then I'm looking up hello in this scope 729, which is different. So I'm actually like inserting them and looking up in different places. That's wrong. Okay. So insertion happens into the compiler scope, happens in the compiler. It's not a const let. That was just a normal let. So this was just from inserting the binding, right? Inserting the binding. Wait. I think I know why. I think I know why. It has been inserted into a different scope. It's because this scope, the scope of like hello, the name itself is different, but the scope of let hello be like the value, like the scope of the entire AST is still like the scope of the macro, if that makes sense. Right, so let's take a look at macro let. Right, what I'm doing here is that I am compiling the pattern, compiling the value, and then injecting the bindings of the pattern into the current scope, right? But the current scope is the scope of the entire macro, and not but like since I can actually like imagine something like this. Wait, why am I? Imagine something like this. I can say let name and like local name to be equal to like two values, right? Named and local named, right? So in this case, the local name should be inserted into the current scope, right? But the name should be inserted into the scope in which the name came from, right? 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 So like, even although they are both in the same like place, they are going to be inserted into different scopes because they are from different scopes, which means that the scope, which means that what does that mean even? It means then that my pattern, when I have compiled this pattern, should know about the scopes. When I have a binding here, I have a symbol, I have hygiene, but I almost should have like the scope here, compiler scope, into which this binding is going to be like inserted. Should this be just compiler scope that I captured, and that's Something like that. Not the debug, do I? Type shape. Okay, wait a second. No, it should implement debug. What happened? Error in decoration provider, three-seater highlighter, index out of bounds. Stupid new of him. Stupid new of him. How do I, Alright. Okay, now my Vim is broken. Amazing. Save changes, yes. Stupid new Vim. He's stupid. What is happening? I just tried to undo and redo some code and then the three-seater out of bounding. I'm going to rage quit NeoVim again and go back to VS Code. This shit is stupid. It's breaking all the time. For no reason. Because it's written in Lua. Ah. Helix, not VS Code, you think? Did they make the plugin for the integrated terminal yet, or no? Since they have this new like plugin system, right? It's there already, right? I literally cannot work here because it's out of bounding, and I don't know what is happening there. It's compiling. Why is it compiling? That also makes no sense. I have a compilation error. Wait, what? Cargo check says okay, and then the but even although I don't compile, I haven't closed the limiter. Is the Rust also broken? Why is cargo check finished with success? Rage quit Rust. I haven't closed the limiter. How did I get to the unclosed limiter even? It's like I have deleted half of my file here. Oh, there you go. Now this does not implement debug. That makes sense. So now I need to get back having debug. This must be debug. Wait, hold on. Why do I need debug though? Why did I need debug? Let's see here. Expect type, expect error. Oh, it's because I am deriving debug here? But that's because the errors must implement debug? Oh my god. Why do the Rust errors need to implement debug? Let's say type shape. Let me just do this. Simple empty debug for type shape. No. this. I'm just going to write f self using display implementation. Missing field compiler scope. Okay, so compiler scope when I'm compiling a pattern needs to be kast scopes compiler clone, right? So I'm like capturing the current compiler scope when I'm doing a binding, introducing a new binding. When I'm compiling a pattern, right? I'm capturing the scope in which this is supposed to be like done, right? Okay, still the same things that are failing. I did not. I'm not using the compiler scope yet, though. That's why. In order to use it, I need to. Also, you see how like my code here is compiling very, very slowly. How? What is my speed of compilation? It's 7 seconds for incremental builds. And I'm not even using a game engine. I thought the reason with my slow compilation times was because like my game engine was bloated, but this is not a game. All right, Rust is slow confirmed. Is it because I'm using async? Maybe async is making like it slow to compile. I don't know. Loaded language. Compiling token hello. Hello is not found. All right. So yeah, let's look at this. When I am saying inject bindings, inject binding, or maybe binding should have like the compiler scope actually. So that yeah, maybe binding should have it, not the pattern itself. Like it should not have the hygiene. It should have like the scope into which I'm injecting the binding, right? Maybe. I'm also thinking that like actually eject. I don't know. I mean, sure. Let's have it inside the binding then. Oh wait, it is inside the binding. That's literally what I just did, right? That's literally what I just did. Which means that the hygiene actually does not need to be here, I think. And we're not matching here, and we're not going self-scopes compiler. I'm saying binding dot compiler scope, and then I'm inserting this there, right? And also into the interpreter scope. Sure. Hygiene. So over here, I'm going to match hygiene. Hygiene def site is the compiler clone. Sure. Let's try again. I think it worked. I think this worked. Guys, this actually worked. Does everything work though? Probably not. Let's try cargo test. Pretty sure that this is not going to work. Macro hygiene still did not do it. Wait, why macro hygiene still like what? Tracing info. Is trace cargo test macro hygiene. Was my test incorrect? Maybe my test is incorrect here. Hold on, let me take a look again. If I just run this example, and it says hi, hello, hi, named, hi, named. Let's take a look at the example itself. Okay. Actually, it is wrong. It is wrong. That is wrong. The last one should be named and not hi, right? Because this means that this hello corresponds to this symbol and not to this one. This is supposed to shadow existing variable, right? Let's say let named hello2, and this is hello2. Like if I do this, then it's going to say that it's not found, even although this is supposed to inject it into the same scope. Right? Right. First print hello should print hi as well. This one is printing hi, so this is without macros, right? Like let hello be hi, and then by printing it. So the first one is hi, yeah. I have this in comments, right? So then let hello, this one is a macro which is introducing a new symbol which is with the same name hello, but since this is inside a macro, this is like supposed to not like shadow existing symbol, so that this one is still supposed to print hi still, right? But when I'm injecting into the macro scope but using the symbol still defined in the current scope, right? This means that this should shadow the existing variable. So like this should compile. Right? It's same as in Rust. Basically. If you have macro rule, let named, and then we have like over here name is identifier. We say let name be hello, right? So this says something like let hello be hi, and then we print hello, and then I say let named hello, and then I say print hello. So since I have like passed this as an argument to the macro, it's preserving the fact that this hello as a symbol should refer to the current scope, right? And it's going to print hi and then hello, which means that this is shadowing the current variable. And if I say over here let hello be hello, then it's going to print hi hi, because this is a hello, even though it's like the same this similarly named symbol identifier. This is an identifier that's been introduced inside this macro, since I'm not using the one that's being passed as an argument to the macro, right? So this prints hi hi, but this prints hi hello. And I want the same here. But this is wrong. But why is this wrong? Why is this still wrong? Let me try this. Compile AST. Let hello be hi. Actually, wait, hold on. What is even going to happen here? Yo. Okay, so this prints yo. All right. But what if I say... Yeah, I need this indirection. I need this indirection, yeah. Let's have a function f be name into let name be yo, which is like the same thing, but over here I'm going to capture the scope of the function, right? I'm going to compile ast f hello. It's like a shorthand syntax for the same thing as I'm doing here, I guess. Although I'm doing parentheses here, which is supposed to be like a different scope, which is still means that it's still going to print high. Okay. What's the priorities here? Can I do that? Expected AST, got that? Okay. Can I say const let hello be f hello? Maybe, so that I do this, let hello, because it's in the same scope, maybe. And it prints yo, okay. So maybe it's the problem with my exclamation mark and what this means. Because that sounds correct. So my exclamation mark is actually also a macro. Macro call. Call macro. No, call macro is a different one. We have that. Okay. And then invoke macro is defined in the standard library, right? So invoke macro is just compile est, then I'm getting the macro with the argument. Okay. Am I overwriting the scope here maybe because I'm quoting the thing again? I'm quoting and unquoting at the same time here. What if I, since, can I just do that? Name argument is not found. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, that's what I should have here. Um, AST data definition site. Reserve lexical scope. Lexical scope is none, then I'm copying the compiler scope. How do I debug this? How do I debug this? Go into scopes again and make this to be infos. I will see the IDs of my scopes. Right, so I'm inserting I'm looking up hello in ID2. But I am inserting hello into ID 718. I should have like a simpler example. I have the option to do the REPL without the ST library, right? So what I want is I want to compile AST, let A be something, right? A. Okay, so that works. Then I say that function f is something into name into let name be underscore. Let's start with the name like this. So if I say compile at stbf, and then I say compile ast so I'm inserting name into ID 230, which is a different scope than which I'm currently in. So name. Wait, hold on. What? No. Why is name here? That makes no sense. Let's try again. Name. Name is not found. I say f. Okay, let's have a AST is I'm going to make a new scope, and then I'm going to inside that scope to make the thing, which is let hello be hi, right? And then I say hello, it's not found. Compile AST hello, it's not found because it's in the scope 222. But if I say AST is this, but without the scopes, and then I compile, so like hello still not found, but when I compile this AST, now hello is found because that is inside, like when I'm constructing this AST, it's in the same scope. Okay. Does it mean that when I'm compiling functions, I'm doing the wrong scope? So if I say hello is this, right? So then I say function f is something, doesn't matter, into let hello be hi, right? Hello is not found. AST is f. So AST is this. Let hello be hi, right? We have constructed the AST, but we have not compiled it yet. Then when I'm compiling it, hello is still not found. Wait a second. What did I just do? Some like literally? Did I not just do literally the same thing? Oh wait, is it because I think I know why, which actually is completely wrong. Look at this. If I say let f be name into nothing, then if I say f and if I say name, then I have it. It's because when I was compiling this pattern, this. So when I'm compiling the arguments of a function, I should also introduce a new scope, obviously, right? That's why I should not like introduce these bindings to the same scope, right? Macro function definition over here. So you know how I'm compiling the argument being a pattern? Wait, but I am entering the scope. Yeah, I am entering the scope, but since I am compiling, like I'm capturing the current scope, I feel like I should enter the scope before compiling the argument. Basically. So I should enter the scope, and then I should compile the arguments using the inner scope. That might be the fix for that. Right? So let f is name into something, and then I say name f. So now name is not found, right? Okay, good. So now if I say let f be like even like name advent of code using kast ETA when? Well, I mean when the advent of code starts, which is on the 1st of December, which is in less than a week, I guess. It's just 3 days. Shit. I need to like figure out like this hygiene is like I've spent like almost a week on it already. I think. And it's like hopefully I can figure this out today so I can work on other features. That would be a troll question. I mean, it's like there is going to be a lot of missing parts still, but I mean I'm pretty sure that I can. That is actually the plan, but like there is going to be a thing, so I'm going to like do the advent of code and continue working on the language at the same time. Like there is a lot of missing things still. But I can do math, right? And that's all you really need to do the advent of code. Like especially the early days of the advent of code are going to be really easy tasks, right? So let's try this now. So I have this f f high, right? So this is let high be high. So if I try to make this an AST and then I'm going to, so like high is not found, right? But when I try to compile the AST, now high is in the scope, which is equal to the high. Okay, nice. Because I passed it as an argument to the macro. Let's try again. Just run this thing. But this thing is still wrong. Okay. Obviously, need CMD to flex on performance. No, performance is not the strong part here at all yet. I have the interpreter, which is, I don't know. I feel the performance is really bad right now, I would assume. What language should you do advent of code in this time? Actually, if you want to learn a new language, I don't know. I think that maybe like Lean 4 is a good thing to try. They have the same syntax features as I have here, similar. What is Lean? Type inference, first-class functions, powerful data types, pattern matching, type classes, monads, extensible syntax, hygienic macros, dependent types, metaprogramming, multi-threading, verification. You can prove properties of your functions using Lean itself. Like I don't know. I like other than like this list, I haven't really like looked much into this except for the extensible syntax. So they have like kind of the same thing as we have in kast, where you can introduce new syntax into the language like this. That's all that I have looked into so far. I don't know. The list of features sounds impressive. They don't have the effect system though. They have the monad, so I would assume it is like kind of similar to Haskell in in the terms of like they have monad transformers, right? Instead, so you would need to lift your monadic operations probably, right? The monad lifting and shit. Yeah. Like, I think if they had the effect system too, that would be nice. What is this? Pipe dot run. What is monad lifting? It is it's similar to like let's say that you have an option result in Rust and you want to convert it into result option, then you do a dot transpose. This is like, I guess, a very specific example of the monad lifting where you change the order of the combination of monads, I guess. Right? Is that correct, Nerdcell? Did I do it correctly? Yeah, you like, so like you have like your monads like nested into each other and you want to change the order. All right. We are investigating. I mean, I'm trying to make the macro hygiene work in my language, Remerge. If you were wondering what I was doing here, I am doing that for like 3 days already. It's hard, apparently. It's not working still. I'm trying to understand why. So let's try let named hello. This is the same as this thing. Right? Yep. Let's see, I'm just going to inline this macro invocation to see if that fixes it. Right, so I'm going to compile est macro arg where macro is let named and arg is hello. So this is me just inlining this this call here. Right, this call is just inlined. Does it work then? Well, I guess this must be a row identifier because that's a keyword. Built-in macro unquote is not found. So I guess in this case we no longer do that. I just call macro with an arg. I see as Boix, hello. So yeah, this actually works. This produces the correct output. Named. So when I'm inlining this, so the problem is that this thing is not correct. Let's see. Let's try to undo this and say that this is my AST. Oh wait, hold on. Is this because I'm having a macro? Wait, I think I know why. It's because over here, you see how I'm introducing a new scope? Maybe that's why. Because I have this inside parentheses. Oh wait, no. This is quoted, right? Well, I guess in this case, this also must be a thing. Still a new shit. Hold on. This must be quoted like that. This must be quoted like this. AST is hold on. Let named with acro. with argument name being arg. Compile ast. This is correct. Okay. This is correct still. So I'm making it wrong somewhere else then. If I try to inline this AST here directly. So this is the result of this AST, right? Wait a second, stdlib. Yeah, so this is the argument. Yes, this is the argument. So I'm just trying to like inline this here, right? Inline this here. Inline this here, doing like that. That still works, it still is correct. If I say that macro is this, then how about oh wait, so like I guess compiled AST is I'm going to quote this. That's the thing, right? I'm trying to do that. Compile AST this. Which is why we have the things, and I compile AST, compiled AST, which is trying to compile this thing recursively. Finding compiled AST is not AST, this must be const. Okay, this is correct. Okay, then what is not correct? If I do over here the macro, I refer to a macro using unquoting here, then it is still correct. And if I unquote the argument here, because that is my argument, so then I quote and unquote. Oh, I see it. So like when I quote and unquote, maybe I'm losing. No, hold on. This is still correct. Wait, what? No way. If I do that inside this, inside that scope, since I have constructed this name over here, I should introduce it into the outer scope, right? No. Now it says symbol hello is not found. Hygiene 29. This thing. It says symbol hello is not found. When evaluating, so it actually has compiled successfully. But failed during evaluation. Why? Because it's inside this scope, right? So inside this scope, if I say print hello, this is going to print that correctly. Because this is... Well, I mean, no, I understand it. It compiles successfully, But since the like let hello be like named here actually compiles in that scope, like runtime wise, this only exists here. So like that's correct. When you create a new scope, do you move things there? As in hello could have been moved to the new scope. It's dropped. Yeah, like basically what happens. Yeah. So like since I am compiling this AST here, which is like, so this thing expands to let hello be like named, right? This is being dropped because that happens inside this scope now, so like it's not available here anymore. Even although I am still introducing the, but it still compiles successfully because the hello as a symbol, this hello symbol, is being constructed over here, which is constructed in the same scope, like outside of that scope, right? So like compile-wise, we think that it exists still. It's like weird. I think this should be like, I think this is like the correct behavior, except for like it still should be a compile time error. But like the scope in which the syntax, in which the symbol exists, actually is correct. You got lost in the quotes? Yeah, you think I'm understanding? No, I mean kinda. Like what I'm saying is that let's say that let's say this. Let's try Rust. Let's try Rust. Right? So let named, name is hello, right? This code prints hi, hello. This is like the same example but in Rust. We can even remove this, right? Let named hello. So you see how in the argument to this macro I'm saying hello, so this introduces the hello to the current scope, right? But what I did basically is that I made this to be in a separate scope. So what we do is we just introduce a new scope inside this macro, right? So there, yeah, there we go. So you see how like even like this error. Have you guys ever seen that error message? Even it says the binding hello is available in a different scope in the same function. Wait, what? No, it says cannot find value x in scope. Wait, hold on. Oh. It seems reasonable that hello is dropped from the outer scope since it was in line in the AST. In another scope. I mean, yeah. Like, this is the error that I want to have, I guess, right? The languages I'm familiar with usually inherit the bindings from higher scopes. Yes, but unless you like do your language that you know have macros. This is a macro. Right. So I don't know, like there's like multiple scopes that happen at the same time here. Kind of, you know, like a macro is a code that is generating code. So when I'm writing the code here, technically we're inside like the scope lexically over here, right? But then still I am injecting it into this scope because like this symbol is passed as an argument to the macro. And have I written a Lisp prior to this? No, I have not written anything. I know nothing. Although a Lisp is probably easy. Although, I mean, so as far as I understand, in Lisp, you do not have hygienic macros. But in Lisp, you can generate new symbols. And that's how you do it instead. So, like, in Lisp, the macros are not hygienic. But if you want to make them hygienic, you need to, like, explicitly generate new symbols. But But the hygienic macro is from scheme, I guess, which technically is also a Lisp. But it works differently there, right? Hygienic macro, this is the Wikipedia page about it. Syntax case. Due to deficiency of a purely syntax rules-based macro system, the R6RS scheme standard adopted in syntax case macro system. Unlike syntax rules, syntax case contains both a pattern matching language and a low-level facility for writing macros. The former allows macros to be written declaratively, while the latter allows the implementation of alternative frontends for writing macros. However, syntax case is more powerful than syntax rules. For example, syntax case macros can specify site conditions on its pattern matching rules via arbitrary scheme functions. Alternatively, a macro writer can choose to not pattern matching frontend using datum syntax functions. Syntax case macros can also intentionally capture identifiers, thus breaking hygiene, right? So I think this is like the thing that we're talking about, right? Where I don't know if this is like the thing. Like we intentionally capture identifier, so we're breaking hygiene, right? Is this technically like breaking hygiene when we're doing this? Because we're capturing the identifier from like as an argument here. Is that the same thing or is that different? I don't know. Hygienic macro. My understanding is that this macro just produce code. Yeah, they just produce code, but then like the identifiers are like it's about the identifiers. Let's see here. It's because of variable shadowing. The problem, you know, like, you know how C macros are also just generating code technically, right? But you can like, but like the local variables that you like create when you are generating code here, they're supposed to not leak into your code because otherwise it becomes hard to debug your macros, right? And that's the problem that is the hygienic macros is trying to solve by seeing that if you declare a new binding, then it should be, even although it's the same name as something from the outer scope into which you inject the generated code, even although the name is the same, it still should be a different variable. My understanding is that Lisp allows you to specify that. In Lisp, you can generate unique identifiers using the gensim, but the macros. So this means that you are creating a new symbol instead of like just writing code, but that's a little bit more verbose. And kast to do this. Yes, kast can do this. I mean, this is 16. This is wrong. I mean, do you want to do this? So yeah, like that's what would kast do, I guess. No, it's not going to be 16 in kast. It's going to be 9. Do you want that behavior sometimes? Is there any case where you want this behavior, as in C macros? No? Alright, I was just wondering if you was like asking this seriously and you want that behavior. No, we're operating on AST, not on text. But yeah, if we're talking about like the Lisp and how Lisp solves this, and if you're talking about like the common Lisp and not the scheme, right? then I think the normal Lisp does not have hygienic macros, which means that it actually... Is there like a common Lisp playground? What's going on in the C++ code to produce 16? It's based on text and then the operator priority. So this is being replaced with 1, 2, 3, right? And this technically being like parsed as this, you know? So 1 to the power, so like 2 to the power of 4, which means 16, right? Because this is as like interpreted, this is being pasted as text into the code. And then because of the operator priority is wrong. It's not opening. Click run to see the output. Run. Okay, how do we write a macro in Lisp? It's like something like def macro, something something. I have never written a Lisp. I've never written a Lisp, so how do we do this? Def macro. Elegant function call. Common Lisp macros. Macro definition. Def macro name lambda list. Let's try copy pasting this. Program did not output anything. All right. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Let's make this a simpler macro though. Macro. We're not going to have any arguments here, I guess. This is the arguments, which are all like ASTs, right? And then we unquote them using the comma. So like it's just a different syntax, but it's same that we have here. So this is the quote operator. So let var gen sim. Okay, so that's how you declare new variables. So yeah, okay, there you go. Yeah, okay, makes sense. So this even shows me. So yeah, you use gen sim. I think this is just a little bit weird to write code that way, right? So what we do is, right, I'm lost in parentheses. Hold on. This is the code that we generate over here, right? This is the end of the quote. This is the end of my macro. And this is the end of the macro definition, right? Let var to be equal to hello, right? So I'm generating a new symbol called variable, right? Why am I trying to write Lisp right now? Who knows what the error is here? Second let should be enclosed in the first. So it's like a let in, right? So the first argument is the variable name and the variable value. And the second argument is the code which uses that variable, right? What's the difference? I see. Wait, why is this like in double brackets? This is so weird. Illegal function call. Where? Outside parentheses are wrong? Where? Hold on. the Lisp. Line 1 and 9. What's wrong with that? Am I not allowed to have like the outer parentheses like this? Pretty sure that I am. Wait, what? Why is that wrong? Isn't that just like the Lisp of like things? A macro is not a function. So how do I like add something after I declare the macro? I thought this is just like a list of things to do. Or I mean, yeah, it's not. I guess when something is inside parentheses, this is me calling a function, right? How do I just use this macro then later? How do I use this macro later then? Because like I need the program. Or do I just do this in the end? Right? Test ABC. Can I have extra arguments? Argument count error. Yeah, so like the argument count is 0, so we just do test. This is similar as the function, but it's a macro, right? Okay, yeah, makes sense, makes sense. And then I want to print. How do I print the variable? Print. Just print. That's a thing. Print x. Let's start with let x be hello. Variable x is unbound. Let x be hello, yeah. X is only bound inside the let. Oh, true. So I need to have like the argument to my macro then should be like the body, right? Like this. So we do let, and then the second argument to the let is going to be the body, right? So we unquote the body here like this. Am I right? So we test, and inside the test we are printing x, right? So now it says undefined variable. But if I say that this is x, then it's going to say it, right? Even although if I say let x be like shadowed, let x shadowed. Do I need double parentheses here? This is weird. Let x shadowed test like this. Shadowed is not a symbol, so I guess, I don't know, for some reason you need double parentheses here. So like this says hello, which actually shows, so like this is an example which shows that this is a macro which is not hygienic, right? Because this test introduces me a new like name which is shadowing this variable x, right? So the that's why they have in list with the gensim, which is introducing a new symbol. So I say let x be gensim, and then I say that x, I will be unquoted here, right? Like that. And then I'm going to see the shadowed, right? So the problem parentheses is because you can let multiple variables. Oh, okay. Sure. Makes sense. So the this is a solution, sure, that does work, but it is a little bit annoying to write code like that, I think, because what we want is to just see that all the new symbols here are by default the new generated symbols. That's what we want to achieve, and that's what like the I guess Racket or like Scheme are doing, and that's what, yeah. Because otherwise I need to like say let every single symbol needs to be bound to the gensim. Like, you know, if I would be able to just write code like this, it would look a lot cleaner. And that's the reason for the hygienic macros. Is there an example here for the there's common lisp, and then there is the scheme. Is racket literally the same thing? Can I just run this? Lang racket base. Do I need to make sure that this works? Unbound identifier. Racket 3, 1. Def macro. Okay, maybe not. Yeah, in Clojure there's a symbol syntax that means this is a gensim symbol. But how do you use the same symbol in multiple ways? Because when you're generating code, you want to say X, and then this X is being used still in the generated code somehow, right? How do you make sure that these two symbols are the same, right? When you bound it to the gensim variable outside of the quoting, that makes sense, right? But if you use a simple syntax to like generate a new symbol here, I don't know, whatever syntax is, it's like a hashtag or something, then how do you make sure that these two are the same? Because they are in the same quote, or like how? Gensims are always for the inside of the macro. What are they for the inside of the macro? Because macro is just a function, right? Can I like what if I don't know. I don't know what I'm asking here. I mean, gensims are always going. Yeah, I understand they are for hygiene, but like gensim is very verbose. I don't know why we're arguing about this, because you said that Lisp already has the solution to the macro hygiene, right? Which is the gensim. Sure, and I'm saying that it is too verbose. Yes, that's what I'm saying, and that's what other people have been doing. Like the scheme has the hygienic. So here's the example from scheme, right? This is my unless. Syntax rules, condition body. Hygienic processor is responsible. The basic strategy is to identify bindings in the macro definition and replace those names with gensims is to identify free variables in the macro definition and make sure those names are looked up in the scope of the macro definition instead of the scope where the macro was used. Okay. So yeah, I don't know if that makes sense to you. But it's basically the automatic generating symbols so that it's easier to write macros. Does that example make sense to me though? Where's the symbol? Why unless? If not condition body. Why unless hashtag T.
Squiggly
Oh
rings.
shit. Rinks. That was so quiet. And that alert is very loud again. Hello Rinks, how are you doing? All right, let's stop watching, looking at this Wikipedia page. Let's go back to what I was doing. And what I was doing, I forgot already. I forgot. I was trying to make sure that my thing worked. Right? So I'm trying to do this. Let named hello, which is technically me invoking a macro, right? So I will say that let named macro is a function from macro and argument, and that is returning the that is returning this thing, literally the compiled AST, right? Okay, so then I say that compiled AST is let named macro with macro, which is down to macro and argument. This should all be the same thing. Filed AST is not found. Filed. Okay. This does work. This does work. So why does this not work then? Over here. Because that's literally just being replaced with that. They are jam game. Oh yeah, you were on the team with Bad Cop? Nice. It was full of raging? Yeah. I didn't like the physics of the game too much. This literally is the same. How do I debug? I need to like... debug something. Comp time print this. All right, so here we go. Like after this thing, we are looking at let named. So like we are currently in scope number 2. This entire scope is scope with ID 2. And we're inserting hello into this scope, which is 724. Wait, why am I inserting hello anywhere? Oh, it's because I'm calling this macro let named over here. So yeah, this name. So I'm inserting this into scope 724. So this scope is different. And then I'm looking up print in 727, which is also different. So like technically 724 and 727, those are different. So I'm inserting it into a different scope actually. Hold on, let's say this also. Let I be 123. Because I'm going to insert hi into 727, but hello into 724. So like it like this and this are in different scopes technically, but they are in the incorrect scopes. So what is the scope 724? Is the question. How do I know? I'm looking up hello in 735. Which is also different. Wait, hold on a second. Hi in 727, print 727, hello in 737. Isn't this and that's supposed to be in the same scopes? Um, where would I look? Where would I look? When I'm compiling an expression. Okay, 3 hours today already was wasted. I still did make no progress. Um, right. Guess I'm not the only one who's wasting things. Thank you, Nerdcell, for wasting points. Well, enter definition site. How about this? How about this over here? How about this? Enter definition site is this, and I will say tracing info, entering definition site, which is definition site ID. So there you go. I'm entering definition site. ID is 2. Entering definition site 727 because that is the definition site of the let named macro. And then I'm entering the definition site 724, which is the definition site of hello, which is wrong. Right? That is wrong. How about then I can do in standard library. In standard library, native dbg arg. Outside here, this is a function, a macro that is returning cst, but I will debug the arg here. stdlib 13. For the unit get string. Wait. Is it? Invoke macro. Okay, I guess invoke macro can be like over here. We'll just say dbg. All right. So the AST that I get as an argument over here is the oh wait, hold on, it says scoped hello. Oh, I see now. I understand. You guys know what the actual problem is? The problem is that I have parentheses here, which introduces a new scope, because it's a scoped hello. Does it make sense, though, to have scopes there? Now it's correct. Now this is correct. Wait a second. Wait a second. Does this mean that if I go into the REPL, if I say let x be x, then x is known here, even although I have this in the thing. Like that. So wait, why is that a problem though? So we can do then what? Right, like compile ast let x be x. X is known. All right, ast is I don't know y, right? Compile ast let y be y. Look up y, or I guess not y, ast, like this. So inserting y into scope ID2. It's here. Wait, what is the actual problem? Even if I have this inside parentheses. Because this is just inside parentheses, but like it doesn't matter, right? Because parentheses inside pattern position do not introduce a new scope actually, right? But it does not matter. But over here, there is a difference. Why? Okay, let's go step by step again. Do this. Hi. Const ast is hello. So now it's inside the parentheses, right? And I say const f. Const I don't know. Name. Const ast is let named name. That's what I do, right? Comp time and comp time dbg ast. So yeah, I say let scoped hello to be equal to named, right? And that's the entire difference. Compile ast, and then hello is going to be named. Wait, hold on. So this works. Wait, this works. That's not a problem. Can I like go back to this shit, right? So all I need to do is to say that this is the that. Okay, that does not work. Okay, so what's the difference here? What's the difference? So I have the argument, which is scoped hello, right? I say that my compiled ast is this function called like that, which is quoted arg, where argument is scoped hello, What's the difference? Comp time panic. I'm inserting look up from make unit AST EBG. Wait a second. Hold on a second. EBG arg stdlib print arg is unit AST. It doesn't even have hello inside. Wait, what? Let's say invoke macro argument is this. I'm pretty sure there's only one of that. Invoke macro arg. Like there's literally only one invoke macro arg. Right? So I'm calling this macro with argument being a unit. So it does not have a hello inside. What? So this is incorrect. What if I say then dbg arg? Because that's what I have, right? Where is it? Comp time. Okay, there it is. Wait a second. What? This is still here. This is happening after I have invoked the macro. Wait, what? This is literally before. Though. Hello, you're back from work? Welcome back. We're still here. Trying to understand why my hygiene system is not working. And it makes no sense to me. Still. I'm literally calling the macro only here. Comp time. F false. Does comp time if false even work? Maybe, potentially. I mean, I'm still invoking it. Wait, what? Why am I still invoking it?
Naruto doesn't have a hello.
I guess because I'm still compiling it. even though we say if false. Wait, does it mean that I'm compiling this before that? How do these clips work? You just send it to him after you sub? What do you mean? Which clips?
Pigorly. Hello.
Floppy Gorley. Invoke macro argument is still there. Wait, it still is there. Oh, wait.
Squeak the rings.
That was a double jump scare there. What? I think I understand. It's because in stdlib. No, I don't understand. I do not understand. stdlib. Compile est, this, that. Why? Where is this coming from? Invoke macro argument is unit. I'm not even calling this. Oh wait, I am. Oh, I am doing it over here. Never mind. Okay, makes sense now. Because I'm calling this over here. I see it. Comp time. Print. Okay, there we go. This is where I should start looking at. Okay, so macro. Hello, AST. Okay, good. Compile AST. Compile AST. Print hello. Do nothing. It prints hi. Is anyone even VIP? I think there is one VIP, like Ricky Lee, I think. Should we VIP someone else? Should we VIP Nigel? Because he came up with a name for kast. Should VIP me? You're a mod. Should quit my job and focus my attention on getting to this level. Getting a custom avatar. All right. Let's see. Where is it getting wrong here? So the only problem is that this is scoped, right? Right. And what is the problem with this being scoped? What is the problem with this being scoped? I think I know what. I know what is wrong. I actually know what is wrong. Have an idea. Compiler. Is because when I'm compiling a pattern, maybe. Let's see, macro, compile, scope, macro scope, I guess. Is this what I'm doing here? Tracing, inform, compiling, scoped, expression. People. Nice code. Building macro call. Macro is let named. Argument is that. Wait, argument is quote. Expression is hello. Wait, what? I'm lost. Inserting hello into ID 784. Oh wait, over here. Yeah, over here. Yeah, this is it. Compiling scoped hello. Compiling scoped hello. I'm looking it up there. And over here, compiling scoped hello. This is it. But what does this mean? Tell Pinky. Hello. I'm so close to understanding this and I'm so far still. At the same time. There's some like tiny issue somewhere. Argument is a scoped hello. Comp time GBG. Oh, so this is a quote. Wait, what? This is quoted. Unquoted arg. Comp time. Print. Look here. Look here. Okay. Yeah, there we go. So this is a scope. Hello. AST. That is correct. I'm compiling AST. This. So that's why we have the macro. Wait, hold on, I'm compiling scoped built-in macro. call macro, which is this thing. I'm calling a macro with the argument, which is quote this, right? I'm quoting this, all right. That is my argument. Okay. When I'm calling this macro, music was often off sync because I was playing on WebGL. It starts sometimes and breaks the sync. I see. All brainoid. Sorry, I didn't play all the tracks of your game. Train definition site. Compiling scoped. Hello. So this is it. The definition site is wrong. So the definition side of the let named over here is that, but when I'm entering the definition side of this, it's wrong. Like, let's see here. So when I'm looking up let named here, I'm looking it up in ID2, right? But I'm looking up hello, or I guess, no, it's not let named. I mean, let's just see the difference, I guess. So, I am inserting hello into scope 790 because that's the definition site here, apparently. Right? 790, the definition site of the scoped hello. If I say that this is just that, then I am inserting hello into scope ID 2 because that's its definition site. So the definition site is being detected incorrectly. Okay. When I have this be scoped. Okay. I loved how you hated the physics in Neon Drift. What do you mean? I tried not to hate it too much, but I don't know. I guess at this point I just don't experiencing anything but hate. I don't know. I hate everything. You don't get it too? You suck at the game? Oh, you? Oh, okay. So you agree with me that the physics sucks then. Alright. Nice. I thought for a moment that I was just starting to hate everything. Hello, hello. What is wrong? So like the definition site is being set over here. It's attached to the AST. And I am attaching it when am I attaching it? Over here. right? When I'm saying preserve lexical scope, that is being called when I have maybe I should, you know what? Maybe I should, when I'm debugging the AST, right? Value, FMT, display for value. If it's AST, how about I say something like write F AST, which is the same thing. And then I'm going to say value AST. AST has the AST data associated with it, right? So say if let some scope is AST data definition site, then write have scope ID scope. So I need to have in the compiler scope function ID self 0 ID. Sure, let's try that. At with f site ID is this, right? So we can see that the definition site ID over here is 2. 2 is the ID of the scope that I should insert everything in, right? Which means that this AST is correct. Which means that I should enter that scope when I am compiling this code over here, because name in this case is the AST, right? So how about I also, like, since this is going to be called, let's make sure that I'm going to debug this here. Let's just say dbg name whenever this macro is being called. But you can see over here that when I'm debugging this here, the definition site ID is 796, and that is wrong. So like originally, when I was constructing the AST, the definition site was ID, but when I passed it as an argument to my macro, the definition site has been changed. That makes no sense. Why would I ever change the definition site? Definition site is being not modified here. Over here, this is modified, but only, like, this is only modifying it if it is none. Which means that if it is not set, then I'm saying reserve lexical scope. I mean, yeah. Definition site. Reserved lexical scope is setting the definition site of the AST, right? To the current lexical, which is compiler scope. Should I rename this? Set definition site. Doesn't matter what I call it actually. Set definition site. This is being used in multiple places, right? How about, okay, fine. Let's do this here then. Let's do this here. Print signing. Okay, set definition site to be equal to this, which is self scopes compiler ID. See if that is being called sometime. Set definition site. $796. There you go. It's literally over here. So just before I am passing it into the function. Wait, what? Okay, let's see again. A standard library. Invoke macro arg is arg. Oh wait, this is not the invoke macro arg. So I guess I'm doing this directly here, right? Which means that this argument, this macro. Let's see, print. Okay, print 1 dbg arg. Over here, so yeah, this over here has the definition site with ID 2. And then I literally immediately set the definition site to be 796. Why? Hi, you use C++? Nice. I am not using C++, which is even nicer. What are you using C++ for? Set compiler. Set definition site. Let's say set definition site of AST. And borrow AST as immutable. Is this? Okay. To rewrite stuff? To rewrite your C++ into some other language or what? What do you mean to rewrite stuff? The only thing that makes sense to rewrite is rewriting C++ into Rust, right? Is there a memes like rewrite it in Rust, but about other programming languages? Because I have never heard anyone rewriting anything into anything other than Rust. You say the other way around? You're actually rewriting Rust into C++? No way. Now that makes no sense. It's like rewriting C++ 23 into C++, like 11. It's like removing the features from your language. What am I trying to see here? Entering, compiling scope, lookup, inserting hello into 821. 821. There you go. Set the definition site of macroscope hello to be 821. Why? Because it what? Natively stream forum NixOS. Yes, this is not a virtual machine. Okay, so why would that be the case? Let's write this over here. Oh, is it because? Oh, wait, hold on. It's because it's wait. Is it because it's cloning? No, even if I'm cloning it, it does not matter, does it? I don't think it matters. My arch broke, I think. I'll try Nix with my config. You probably want like the minified config first. I don't even know that you can if you can like install my config directly. There is like hardware like partition UUIDs that are coded into my config right now, so you would at least need to change hardware configuration. Set definition side of built-in macro scope. And then it is set. Wait, look at this. Set definition side of built-in macro scope. Hello. And this is not, this does not have the ID. Why does this not have ID? Why not? Set definition side to ID2. Can I clear completely? Can I, like, how do you clear completely the entire history so that I cannot scroll up anymore? Is that possible? I guess if I do that. So this has ID2. Set definition to be ID2. Okay. Is it because it's because it's clone? Probably. Close and reopen, that's the only way I found. Okay. So you see how this over here, the scoped ASD does not have the associated ID yet. So that I set it. And then when next time I'm looking at it, it does not have the associated ID again. Or does it? No, it doesn't. So it's because I'm cloning it. This is none. Question whoever can help. I'm desperate in a funny way. New PC ready set up and all I'm at BIOS setup. Did I buy a legit Windows license and install Windows 11 Pro? But is it required? No, it's not required. You can install Linux. Windows 11 Pro is definitely not required. Do you, or is your question, is that should you, what? I would prefer to bother with Linux later on. And on second M2 I got. M2 means that you get the Apple stuff, which means you will have the the Mac OS there, right? Want to install Linux on your Mac? Anyway, what's your question? Was the question, should you use Windows? So like you are determined to use Windows and not Linux, right? And the question is, should you buy a license or use it without a license? Is that the question? If Windows should be with activation key, there is the license agreement, I guess, or something, or like there is I don't know. It's not necessary. I don't know. I mean, you can use Windows without the license, but what is the conditions there? I don't know. I have not read them. But maybe you can do anything with it. Doesn't matter. I don't know. And I use Windows without activation. You can use unactivated forever. The only downside is that you cannot personalize the background, and it will keep saying activate Windows at the bottom right. And you still receive update and it still functions normally. You can use Windows 10 and 11 without activating. So I guess you can. You will just not be able to change your background. Okay, how do we get to this place where the AST definition site is lost? How does that happen? My new Vim config, everything in one file? I mean, it's pretty small, right? No reason to split it into multiple files, I think. What should I do? Should try to figure out why is my thing lost. A definition site. Is being called here. It actually started with multiple files because I originally based my new vim config on the nvchad, which was split into multiple files, and then I made them all in the same file eventually instead. Where would it be lost? Okay. And it looks like I'm setting this definition here right before I'm debugging it. I am debugging it over here. No, this is before I print one. Look here. Look here says that this has ID 2. Right? This has ID 2. Over here, I have still ID 2. Okay, actually. And then I'm looking at it again. And then it's lost the thing. Compile est. Is this when I'm quoting this thing? Maybe. dbg name, because like this is let named, right? Let's go here. Print something something. So yeah, this macro already accepts this thing with ID 821, which makes no sense. Why? It's because I'm quoting and unquoting at the same time. But if I do dbg quote unquote arg, because that is supposed to be the same thing, right? That is after I have printed 1. No, that is not the problem. So this is the AST that I am doing here. Then a compile AST. Okay. Call macro let named with expression with argument being a quoted expression. Okay. Guys, I think I will never figure out the hygiene problem here. I'm making no progress. Why? Why am I so bad at debugging? still don't understand what's wrong here. Like, when is my information being lost? 799 over here. I'm compiling this call macro let named, which is this code. This code, right? Is what I'm trying to call here. Macro is let named, and then I'm quoting this thing. Yes. It's almost like when I have quoted this, maybe when I quoted this, it lost the data somehow. That's not a problem. So I'm trying to compile this code, which is calling a macro. Literally trying to compile this code over here, right? And when I'm trying to compile this code, I am looking at the let named. Okay, and then I'm trying to set the definition side of the argument, because that's what I do when I am having the built-in macro, call macro, right? This thing. The argument is compiled argument, right? The argument in this case is the quoted expression. Yes. Wait, is it because it's quoted? Oh. Wait. So when I'm compiling... No. Argument expression. Call macro. Bum. Because it's quoted. You've heard this like 50 times in the last hour. Alright. You want to like look at my code, nerds, and figure it out for me so that I don't need to figure this out? How about I do this here? Print. Self eval arg. Wait. Panic. Just to do here. Do you? I don't know. Do you not? Macro make unit with definition size 7 to 8. Alright, let's comment this thing because I'm panicking in the wrong place. Okay, there we go. So like I have evaluated this to the thing with the definition side 781, and that makes no sense to me. Right? Because the argument that I have here is the quoted argument. Let's see, macro quote. Macro quote. Then I have macro unquote. I'm compiling the expression. This data. Data is data span clone. I have expression AST, where this is just the span. So quote and AST gives me an expression. And if it is unquote, then I'm compiling this. Okay. Let's see, let result be this. Result tracing info and quote result is result. Oh, it's compiled. It's not evaluated yet. Okay. It's not evaluated that yet. Well, I mean, hold on. I'm gonna take a bathroom break. Guys, do you think there is a chance that I'm going to figure this out today? I think there is almost no chances, but let's try and continue the pain. When is it this stuff being lost? ID2, ID2. Compiling this thing. Compiling that thing. And while compiling this, macro call where argument quoted expression oh no if the argument quoted expression, since this needs to be compiled, right? So this from the AST is being converted into the intermediate representation representing the AST value, which has the value inside being it's specifically about the macro call, right? Yeah. Do 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 do. Compiling this. Because I am compiling the argument to the macro, being the quoted thing. I'm trying to compile that. That's supposed to be an expression, and then macro call macro. This is the thing, right? I am trying to evaluate the argument. Okay. Expression AST. This is when I'm quoting. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun. Dun, dun. AST data. Expression AST data. Data is AST data. Span hygiene and definition site. Which means that AST. Wait, hold on. Am I still storing the hygiene if I'm storing the definition site directly here? It means that the hygiene is not necessary to be there anymore. I don't know. Let's skip it. I was just thinking about Rust programming socks and Kubernetes. Span clone. So this means that I am not using the hygiene and the definition side here, and it's being completely lost. The information is being lost when I'm converting the AST into the AST expression, when I'm quoting stuff. Okay. Yes. Now that makes sense, how this data got lost. So I need to store this data somewhere around here, right? So I need to have extra data, right? Which is hygiene and definition site, which should be cloned. So AST expression should also have hygiene and definition site option. Filer scope here. And then when I am initializing it, hygiene definition site. Going to say here also hygiene and the definition site. And then when I'm evaluating it, I will have hygiene and definition site. I've got new mouse and a mouse pad. Nice. How big is your mouse pad? My mouse pad is the entire desk, and it's nice. Your one is M. Wait, do their sizes actually have names? A mouse desk? Yeah. Like 30, 40? Okay. So yeah, there you go. Look at this. Look at this. When I'm evaluating the expression AST, I'm saying that the hygiene is the definition side, and the definition side is like this. But so it's literally being lost. It literally is being lost. And now this should fix it. Okay. That was long, but hopefully I figured it out. Your table is 150 by 75. Usually tables are not that deep. Okay, I mean technically it's not like covering the entire like depth of the thing. Technically, it ends on like a little bit in front of my keyboard. Like under the right monitor, a little bit in front of the main monitor. The Clamoxyl. Hello, hello. Okay. See if I have fixed the things. Oh shit, it... Does it? I think it worked. I think it worked. Compiling scoped. Remove that. Down. Down. Trace, 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 trace. Just run. No way, it worked. Yeah, I think it worked. So I actually found a bug, which is good. Now the question is, will the other tests work? Because that's not guaranteed. I'm going to just do that. What was it? So it was how do you call it? Let's say that I have I already have an AST, right? So like AST is this, right? This is quoted AST, right? And then what happens is that when I quote an AST again, and then inside of it, I am unquoting the AST that already exists, kind of like this, if that makes sense, right? Then I am losing the information that I am attaching to this AST. Yeah, but basically like this. I'm losing the information, and I'm reassigning the scope in which this AST is defined to the scope in which I'm quoting it like from the outside. And the reason over here, for example, you see how over here I'm saying dbg quote unquote arg, where arg is this thing, right? This actually, I think we can see this here easily. If I do comp time dbg arg like this, but inside a new scope, then it's going to say that the scope ID is different. Like you see over here, right? I say, like over here, look here, right? So look here, and it says that definition side ID is 2, which is the correct ID. But if I do that inside a scope, this should still say ID 2, you know? Because original AST is coming from over here, right? But if I try to run that, it still says ID 2. Well, I mean now I fixed it. But if I was not fixing that, then it would be lost. Which I can easily replicate right now. Over here, if I just undo this last change like this, right? Then it's going to say, it still says saying ID 2. All right, you know what? I don't know. I fixed it. And I spent a whole hour yesterday debating with 2 girls. Why did I introduce another UUID library to my project? So why did you do that? All right, let's remove all of this code and bring back the original code that I wanted to have. And this says hi, hello, hi, named. All right, this test is actually correct now. I can remove these dbgs and everything. Okay, there is still dbg in the standard library, I guess, that I left there. Invoke macro. Move this back to top. Down. Okay, there you go. Right. Let's write in the tests and see if any other test is being fixed because of that. I think they're like the other tests were failing for different reasons though. But yeah, I literally fixed one test. I guess it's still worth committing it, right? I fixed one test. Wait, what? Yes. Wait, what? What did I just do? Did I do something wrong? Macro hygiene. Hello is not found. Wait, what did I do? Did I reset something? What did I do with my lazy git? It's not working anymore. What did I press? Where's the log? Why does it say that it can push and pull? Commits something small. Where's the commit that I fixed the test? That I just did. Oh, it's stashed. It's on stash for some reason. I fixed one test. So I stashed instead of committing, I think. How did I do that? What's the keybind for stashing? S? I pressed S instead of C, I guess. Okay. And then I committed but with amending to a different commit basically because of that. How do I undo my last amend then? How do I undo everything that I did? So my last command was commit with amend. I don't think you can undo that, can you? Git undo amend. How to git commit amend? How do I undo? Create a new commit with the same details as the current cat commit. The parent is the previous head. That's soft. Git reset soft is going to reset my state to the commit, right? So I need to like reset softly to the thing that is currently like the correct thing. Git stash apply, but I need to no, I need to like do that and to like I amended to the to the wrong commit because I thought I was committing and not stashing, and then after I stashed I did the amend, which means that the amend was meant to the thing that I stashed. Does that make sense? So git reset soft would move the branch pointer to so that the next commit happens on top of a different commit. What is soft? Move the current head so it's pointing to the old commit, leave the index intact for the redoing the commit. So I add that. Is that what I need to do? Commit the stash stuff and then rebase with reordering and merging the commits you need. I don't know, sounds very do you know what the reset soft does? So if I see git ref log, then I see that so I amended this thing, right? And that's what I want to undo. Add one is origin main. So that's why we want to like reset our current state to the head 1, but we want to keep the thing that I changed while I was amending. That's what soft is doing, right? Your staging environment will now contain all the changes that you accidentally merged with this commit. Okay. Git reset soft add 1. Status. Okay, so this is these changes that I amended. Right, the new files. And then on top of that, I do git stash pop. And that's all of my changes now. Which should now work. And then I commit those. Okay. Leaves changes unstaged? No, the changes that I didn't have any changes though. So I guess it moves like the changes that that were amended to be just staged. I guess that's what happened here. Okay, this works right now. So yeah, I don't know. I guess I pressed the incorrect button here. Yes, stash changes, right? I don't know. Fine. So this is I fixed the test, right? Okay. I could just stash pop and git add and commit amend, but that would amend to like the wrong commit. The because like it will still like basically like it's same as if I was amending everything to the previous commit instead of like construction a new commit, right? I don't know. Okay. The git has been figured out. What now? Now we want to do other tests. Other tests should now work. I mean, we should figure out why they don't work. And I actually like this is making sense to me. But the other tests, like let's say the Fibonacci. Why does the Fibonacci not work? Let's try figuring that out. Just run examples Fibonacci. So this says that Fibonacci is not found because it's trying to compile it. At examples Fibonacci 99, 912. The git has been figured out. Right, where do I put that? I'll put that in main. The git got good. Let's see. So Fibonacci, the problem with Fibonacci is that this is a recursive thing, right? So this is a recursive scope. By saving module here, I'm introducing a new recursive scope, right? But I guess when I am, so is my problem with like the other things is also because of the recursive scopes? Probably. It's because when I have scopes and when I'm doing scopes. When I enter scope, enter scope impl, scopes new, with the current scopes as parent. Okay, both of them has the same type. Okay. So why is it not found then? The Fibonacci is not found. Fibonacci 9 over here, right? So this, I'm trying to compile this. I see that this is not found. If I say this is hello, then it's going to compile it, but complain about that It's not a function that takes an integer, but a string. Okay, so it sees that, but it does not see this because this recursive module is not working. So let's minimize this example then. If I go into the REPL and I say recursive let f is this f, right? So this is say f is not found, but this obviously should work. There's a cat among crabs. There is. Indeed. Why is it not found? So now I have scope. I'm looking it up by name. Let's make this info again. Recursive. Let f be this f. Alright, so I look up f in the compiler scope by name, and then it says that it is not found. Info. 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 Let's try again. Recursive fb. So I'm looking for f in this scope of this ID. That scope is not recursive. The scope of this function itself, right? Right. And I'm trying to look in this scope. Wait a second. Yes, in 633, it says non-recursive not found, non-recursive not found. But over here, it does not say anything. It is recursive, but it was closed, right? Tracing info not found in recursive was closed. So it's because I'm closing it, even although I'm supposed to not close it. Sometimes. Yeah. You found a line with 7 colors? The screenshot was of this line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 colors, indeed. I think it's actually 8 colors, because I'm pretty sure that this color of was closed is different from the color of the dot and the parentheses. So I'm pretty sure it's 8 colors. You see how this semicolon, if after the semicolon I say hello, this is different color. Let f be f. So I'm closing this scope sometimes, even although I do not need to close it. The scopes are right now being closed when I drop the current cast. But it's not always correct. Right? Because the scopes I guess especially when I'm entering the definition side, the interpreter scope is the same as the original scope. So that means that I should not close it yet. Where am I using scopes? When I'm capturing, I'm saying scopes are being captured. I have a feeling that like sometimes I need I need to use like the reference counting for my scopes, and some of these should be like weak references, something, you know, like when I'm capturing, or I should like manually call this and not in the drop impl. But I make sure that it's like hard to make a mistake here. Close. What's the language for? For fun, but also for conquering the world, and for solving the advent of code that is going to start soon in it, and then for making games. And for learning of how to make a language. And also so that I have a project that I will never be able to finish, so that also for distracting myself from other projects that I actually can finish. But now that I'm working on this, I'm not working on those projects. So right now I have broken the symbol lookups when I need to refer to something that is defined in the future, because I am closing my scopes too early. Yeah. Okay. When I have the like something that is like ref counted, let me see where I'm storing this. I'm storing this when I'm capturing something. I'm also cloning this scope. Because I mean, that's because they are parent. Okay. They're parent and they are not closed yet anyway. That's fine. When I'm calling a function, I'm constructing a new scope with the captured scope. but captured scope could be closed already. That's that's captured. So captured scope is over here. Okay, so so over here when I'm capturing scopes, this should be like a weekly weekly reference scopes where if I drop them, they don't get closed. Actually, it does not matter. And like and like even like this reference doesn't matter for closing. Captured is equal to self-capture. Okay, so when I say capture, I will say not clone, I will say weak ref. How about that? So scopes should have function weak ref, which will return self, right? So this will be self clone, but also it will say that okay, like let mut result is self clone, but result dot. And like re-implement cloning then, right? Let's do self clone impl true. And then I will also do something like implement clone for scopes. So I will implement this manually here. Right? Because I will have over here weak, like is weak, is a boolean. This will be self clone impl false. Function clone impl self is weak boolean. So we do this, and I would say is weak, is weak. Is, I guess, self is weak or is weak. Let's do that. When I'm constructing the new ones, then is weak is false. Over here is weak is false. I mean, I'm like manually implementing my own reference counting here, I guess. So ref count is what? Is like an arc atomic view size or something. Let's do this sync. Import. Import. Enter definition side. Is weak false. Enter definition side. Should be true, I think. Ref count. Ref count. It's going to be weak here. Ref count for the new one is going to be arc new atomic size new 1. That's when I'm generating it. When I'm cloning it, saying that ref count is self ref count clone. ID self ID is copy. Okay. So I do not have the close anymore then. I will just use the drop here. or scopes, whenever I drop them, I'm going to say that like I'm only doing anything if I was not weak. If I was not weak, then self ref count fetch sub, subtract the current value, return the previous value. Fetch sub 1. I'm going to subtract 1 with ordering this one, I guess. And if this was equal to 1, then I am going to close both of my inner scopes. Down. Rust was like for driving yourself insane with lifetimes and borrow. You can always clone things or use runtime borrowing with cells, like I am doing here, for example. I'm storing my scopes, which are technically mutable, behind the arcs, and then, well, I guess I store them behind the mutexes, but that's like the same thing. Mutex, ref cell. That's how you can mutate stuff without worrying about lifetimes. Ref count. Okay, and now I cannot like derive it. Wait, why do I need to have this hashing if I don't have this? Then because functions captured scopes. Okay. I will just do the park scopes. I guess it's fine. Close. I don't close it, but I will advance the executor to do. Sure. So captured clone, and this should be like park new. No. Scopes new. Captured clone. Like that. Phone. And this should be self-capture. So I guess capture is going to give me like that immediately. Let's see. Please work. First try. Okay. Let recursive f is. It did not work. See, it was not found in the recursive scope. It was closed. Okay, I think I understand why though now. It was not because of that bug, but that bug still probably fixed something. But I think the issue is that when I have a recursive thing, this token f should be, this is when compiling, yeah. Okay, it's because when I'm compiling a recursive scope, recursive macro module struct. Call it struct for some reason. So this is when I'm entering the recursive scope and I'm compiling the body. All right, let's have insert. Let's see, am I actually inserting it anywhere? Recursive, let f be this into f. Okay, so I'm inserting it after into the scope, which means that the scope should actually not. Okay, I see it. I understand why, by the way. It's because I forgot. So I'm decreasing the ref count, but I'm not increasing the ref count. When I'm cloning it over here, then when I'm cloning it over here, the ref count should be increased if I am weak, I guess. Let is weak be that. I guess I just do something like this. If not is weak, and I'm going to self ref count add 1, ordering this. Maybe. Recursive, let f be this f. Okay, nice. It worked. Okay. Good. So that was the issue after all. Let's run the tests. Imagine if all the tests are going to work now. There's 3 tests that are still failing. Variant types, default number type, and unsafe. Okay. But I did fix one more test. I can commit. I guess over here. Info trace. Fixed one more test. All right. Now let's see what's the problem with other tests. The other tests are unsafe. Let's see unsafe. Unsafe is over here. I should probably have like a to-do here. To-do. I don't know.
Hello?
And like, I don't know, something. To do something. I don't know what exactly, but something needs to be done here. Hello, Devninja. How you doing? You can see me working through my tests and making them work again. So it's good that I have tests, right? I broke them and now I'm fixing them. Let's see what's wrong with this test. This thing says that unsafe context is not available. So over here, right, this is an unsafe function. In order to call an unsafe function, this function specifies that this needs to be called with unsafe context. But over here, this is completely ignored, I guess, for some reason. This is being ignored for some reason. Okay, why is this being ignored? That has no, that doesn't even make sense, I think. Does it? Does it make sense? Source. Context is not available. Let's see. Context is not available. This is over here. So when I'm trying to call a function, I'm adding a check to the current context variable to see having an abscess on my body. All right. I looked it up. I don't understand what exactly this is. Is abscess just a pimple?
Hello?
Pimple versus abscess. Is that like different things? Or is it abscess a huge pimple or something? Bow, bow, no, no. Pimple which went often? Alright. Koopa 1338. Hello, hello. um Fast interpreter contexts is the context. Available context is the context that I currently have. Available contexts. We have compile time contexts, and it is not available. Compile time contexts. I am inserting this when I say with. God, please forgive me of this scene of creating casts. Who inserted that comment here? Self-interpreter context, insert compile. Text data type clone. Alright. Jonathan Blow was here. I am innocent. Alright. Tracing and inserted comp time context type. Let's see, what am I doing there? Because I definitely have the thing. Inserted compile time context, unsafe, right? So it definitely should be there. And it says unsafe context is not available. Why is that? It's because I'm like inserting it like in a different scope or what? Um, when I wrote this code, only God and I understood what it did. Now Only God knows. You used Coca the last 2 days for making Advent of Go 2015. Did you like it? I actually never wrote a single line of Coca, I think. Because I was like about to try and write the language, and then I realized that they don't have something. They don't have like traits, or I don't know. Like they don't have parametric polymorphism in their functions, I guess. They only have overloading of functions. And I was like, what? The tooling could be way better? Well, I mean, it's the like it's a research language in a more so way than Haskell, even. So it makes sense. I think no one is actually using Coca for anything. I don't know. Is there any software written in Coca? I don't know. Really like that you can delete the braces and still have valid code. Um, what am I looking at here? Safe context is not available. Why not? Because I have this state, the context data. Context data. Then I have state. Then I have context data. Context data. Check available in the state. Wait, what's context data? Oh, it's like the inferred contexts. Yeah, okay. So this should be available in the state. Okay. Bam, bam, da-da-dum. So why is it not available then? Because I literally inserted that, right? I did say that, and it was printed that I inserted the context, right? So I have inserted the context unsafe, and then I say that unsafe context is not available, right? How about key is just the types, okay. So if it is not available here, then I will say something like state compile contexts. Is this hash set, right? For context in state compile contexts. Tracing print available context 0. Think. What I really dislike is the Coca differentiator between vector A and list A. Both have functions which are interesting for the other one too, like vector add maybe isn't defined for list A. Also, lack of hashing algorithm is weird. You can try to yeah, I think the language is raw. Like they have like the idea implemented there of the effects. like I said, it's a research language and nothing serious has been written in it. So it makes sense that standard library is lacking things. So I have only available the write and then the default number type. So it has been inserted. But no, does it have any interop? It's compiling to C, and you can define your own implementations for functions. And it also can compile to JavaScript, so you can like interact with them that way. Compiling to C, lol. What's wrong with compiling to C? Compiling to C is easier to implement than compiling to. I don't know if it actually is because I never tried compiling directly to like the things. But like, what's wrong with compiling to C? Yeah, you can run multiple cases where GCC gives you an error, but the Coca syntax is correct. Well, that means that the backend is not right. You can like, I don't know. It's just when you're implementing your own compiler and you're using LLVM as backend, you can also like do incorrect calls to LLVM. That's same as generating incorrect C code in your backend. It's just a bug. The reason is not because they're generating C. Safe context is not available. So why isn't safe context not available? There are a few bugs in there. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. There are bugs in my language here too. It makes sense. And the bugs are going to be there for a while, I guess. I don't even know if they still work on Coca, actually. Do they still work on it? They might have dropped it. I don't know. You should add some tests for them. Pull request time. Yeah. Insert runtime. Insert compile time. This happening over here. Interpreter contexts. Inject context. I don't understand. I do not understand why is this saying this error here. So it's this thing, right? Kast interpreter context log compile. I don't know. Let's have this function here. Let's have a function log compile, and that is going to do this. So right before I check for it, it's going to say that I have available this. Interesting. Okay. Let's try when I say with, or like I guess inject inject context over here. Self interpreter context dot. Wait. Yes, context log compile. Compile. And available contexts. Cannot work against the borrow checker. That's because you're doing it wrong. You're supposed to not work against the borrow checker. You're supposed to work with the borrow checker, you know? You're like treating it as an enemy, but it's actually a friend. Again, with doesn't matter. You hate this guy. Sounds like a skill issue. I don't know. Available context unsafe. Wait a second. What is this? Or unsafe. No, this is correct. Or unsafe. Yes. I inserted, and then it's here, and then it's not here anymore. What? Sounds like my code is not safe. You mean Dev Ninja's code, right? Well, I mean, Dev Ninja is not writing C either, so I guess technically, like, the code in TypeScript or like Dart or stuff is still safe, technically. Macro with context. Like, I'm not entering any scopes here, so like, what am I doing wrong? Safe context is not available, so where am I losing it? Where am I losing it? It's not ref counted. So technically if I cloned like the thing, no context. This comment will confuse me in the future. We'll see. I think it will not, because I can literally ignore the comments, because only comments that your guys writing are like these, which not make any sense. You should start like prefacing your comments with to-dos, because those are the ones that I actually look at. I wish I had done this in Lua. What? Never writes comments himself, yeah. So unsafe. Unsafe. And I call unsafe function hello. Let's check over here. So when I'm trying to compile the thing, kast, because I'm cloning these contexts here, literally. Okay, yeah, okay, that makes sense. No, it does not make sense. To do, remove this in future builds. Free code. Hello, hello. And Natsu, hello too. So when I'm doing this expression call, when I'm compiling expression call over here, what if I do interpreter context log compile and call? So when I'm calling, I already don't have them available, and it makes no sense. Why does it make no sense? Should I search for kast clone? I'm not cloning it anywhere. What about self clone? Kast is self clone. Then spawn clone. Is there a way, by the way, in Rust to search for references to a particular function like a clone, right? This one is inside the derive. I want to search for all the clones of a specific type. Is there a way to do that? Actually, if I go to references, this is looking for references of cloning only that. So I think this is correct. If I go to the reference of one example of cloning it, yes. I get, so this is where I yeah, this is it. I'm cloning it because I want to have that this thing, the definition site, the scopes, self scopes, enter definition site, scope clone. which means that technically this is going to still like clone it anyway. Okay, I think the context inference data, like this state, contexts that are going to be brought in using with expressions at runtime. I think I need to like change this anyway. I think I'm going to remove the check for contexts, and I'm going to keep them be runtime checked only for now. Because there is still a problem. This is not done correctly, I'm pretty sure. Even before. Check available. So I'm just going to say this here. If true, return, okay. Do any girl here? Hackerman? Okay. Inserted. Race. Let's run other tests. Other tests are failing for different reasons. So this was me though removing. Unsafe without unsafe context is the test that is failing because it expects the unsafe context. It expects it to be the compile time error, but it is not. Without unsafe context, should panic. So I will ignore this to do. And then we only have like 2 tests that are red to do, right? Okay, ignore. Okay, don't compile time check contexts to do. Okay, just default number type. What is wrong with the default number type? Let's try this example. Just run examples default number type. It says number literal could not be inferred at the line number 3 over here. Okay. But it is because the comp time width is not working. I guess it's because of the similar reasons, because I'm cloning it. Because I'm cloning it. Okay. So like technically the context, they should live in scopes, I think. Right? I think context should live in scopes. Because as soon as we go out of this scope, this thing should not be there anymore. So actually this is the same code. It means source, not scopes, contexts. So like the runtime contexts. And compile time context. This context state should be associated with scopes. And when I try to get this thing here, I should look into one of the into like all the scopes, kind of. Similarly to how we are looking for similarly to how we are looking for variables. That's the same thing, right? So does this mean that it should not be even... So right now it's inside the interpreter, I think. Interpreter state has contexts inside, but that should not be the case. That is part of the scope. Right? Let's have this as my default contexts. Do self default. See. Default, I'm going to function default. Maybe I will have that. Context is self empty. And then the default is not going to be derived. Default number type. Oh, I need that. Here, built-ins. Let's have a public function default number type. Output context is context. Let's say output context type. No. Output context type. Output context type. Oh, is this right type being used? In both places, it is. I can just say context type. Expect inferred. Type. Make same as output context type. How about that? Ah, but this is function type. Ah, okay. Default number. I guess I just say that output context, like function output context I want to make a value here. That's fine. Going to say that. Return the context here. Without that part. So yeah, I'm just inserting the output context and the default number type like that. That's all I do then. And then here I say that default number type context, default number type, and then this is going to be contexts output context dot type. And that must be inferred. Sure. Okay, and then we have contexts to remove this in future builds. So you know how I'm going to remove this right now? To do check contexts. To do hold on. This comment is fake. All right. Okay, and then over here, macro with context. This is going to be self scopes. So the scopes, interpreter scope should have you cheating? What? I'm not cheating. I can insert my own comments, it's fine. Contexts. So that should be like what? I should also like lock and wrap then or something. So interpreter scope should have function scopes or like I guess contexts. It's going to give me the reference to mutex context state. Is that what I want to do? Self zero contexts, which means that these guys should also have contexts. Mutex context state. Yeah, I have everything here. Syntax definitions, locals, contexts. Sure. It's not default. It's new. It's empty. But when I'm initializing the thing, the interpreter, when I'm initializing the the kast function new on kast new normal, do no stdlib, only std syntax from scratch. I think I can do it from scratch even. Well, it's just like when I'm initializing the scopes here. I'm going to say scopes and interpreter contexts lock insert runtime unwrap. think I'm just going to go to say like this is equal to context state default scopes. Okay, and then when I say the current context, so inject context is inserting this into the current scope, so self scopes interpreter contexts block unwrap insert runtime, and then here we say current context is going to be self scopes interpreter contexts block unwrap get runtime. Default number types is the same things. Kast scopes interpreter context block unwrap. All right, it's just going to work now, right? Now we overflow the stack. Wait, what? How do I overflow the stack here? That makes no sense. Who overflows the stack? Just RAPL. Just RAPL overflows the stack, okay. Wait a second. Is this line overflowing the stack? Oh, it's not. Wait, what did I do then? Is it somewhere here? The type? Of the output? I don't think so, but let's try. Print. Yo. Does this work? This does not work. Wait, which means that... Wait a second. So it's this thing. Context state default. Is that it then? Print. Yo. And then yo again. Wait, in order to do this? Wait, what? Why is there so many yos? That makes no sense. Out. Okay, so basically, oh wait, self-empty, self-default. That's stupid. I see it. I see it. It's because I removed, like, that was previously, like, the default, like, thing. I want to rename this to, like, something. Maybe. Or, like, empty should be just self. Where runtime context is the, like, default stuff, and compile context is the default stuff. The empty sets maps. Default number type context not available. 1 to 3 at 27. 27. No, default, this is going to fail. I mean, this is failing. Indeed. But it says if false, which means that it should not even work. Wait, what? Oh, because when I'm compiling, okay. Wait, did that example work before even? This is literally supposed to not compile. There is no default here. This is going to fail. It is failing. As it should. So, yeah. Evaluating current context expression as stdleap 53. Context for writing is not available? Wait, what? Oh, that makes no sense. Oh, I know why. I know why. Because now we need to like go through all the different scopes, right? Yeah. Okay. So the interpreter scope here, this should be function context state. Like I should expose the same thing, right? Which is get runtime. Context, this type. So this should be like let not scope is self 0, right? And then I say loop, and then I say if let some context is scope contexts log wrap get runtime with type, which is owned for some reason, so I'm going to clone it. It's fine. Question mark, and return okay context. Otherwise, okay some context. In the end, I will return none, and I will say scope is match scope parent. If it is some parent, then parent. If it's none, well, I guess I just return none here. Or break, so like this not necessary then. Return okay. Does that make sense now? Context is not available. Well, now it's because when I'm evaluating, I should not lock this shit. I should instead get runtime context here. Like that. And it worked. Okay, nice. Wait, so what was happening in the actual test for the default number type? I guess that's exactly was tested for. The last line was supposed to be commented. Did I uncomment it on accident? No, none of the contexts. Now I broke more. I broke Fibonacci. Why did I break Fibonacci? Function is not compiled yet, it says. Wait, yeah, I mean, it was working. Right, let's try running the Fibonacci. I fixed one test, broke another somehow. How did I even do that? It's because default number type context is not available. I mean, yeah. I mean, wait, hold on. No, the context should be available. The context should be available for sure. How is it not even available? It's because I'm making... What? Scopes. Do I make like empty scopes sometimes? New. It's only when I'm doing it from scratch. Oh, and over here, when I'm doing the template. Oh, is it because of the templates? So since my contexts are now living there, it means that because that's the compile time context. I should when I'm saying template, no, this is just for substituting bindings. This doesn't matter. Still outside even though it's winter. What do you mean? I'm not outside. I'm inside. You see, like there is windows, and the like the outside is like on the other side of the window, you know. And I'm on the inside. Token 2 default number context is not available when I'm compiling a function. Failed to compile a function. Because I spawn clone, but it does not matter. Why is the default number type not available here? Just REPL 2 would not be inferred. Let f be this into 2. Default number type context not available. So when I'm compiling a function, it gets lost for some reason. Okay. Why is it compile function body? Using the inner, which is just me entering the scope, right? Now, let's try in scopes here to add some logging. Fine. Fine. Let's say here, tracing info, looking for context type in scope, scope ID. So my scope, wait, literal number type could not be inferred. This still was supposed to do it. Wait, how am I doing it? Compiler, when I say number, default context over here. F. Where the built-ins get, that's the type. Number is expression number. Default number, context type. The default number type, context type is cast into the built-ins get. This, okay, sure. Default number type context is cast scopes interpreter. Context, lock and wrap. Okay, there we go. This should be just get runtime context. Okay. I guess that's going to be fixing that issue. So now we have context shadow and variant types. What about the context shadow? That is not working. Context shadow with 1, 2, 3, with 4, 5, 6 with shadow. Just test. Down, down. Context shadow. Failed to run the test while evaluating this. String context is not available. While evaluating current context expression at context shadow 4, which is this, so current string is not available here. When I am calling at line 4, when I'm calling at line 9, so this, show current context, this function, I'm trying to evaluate this and it doesn't work. Actually, I understand. Yeah, the contexts are different. Because the context, they live in a different scopes. I need to change the scopes of context. It's going to be like completely separate. Because the contexts are a scope that gets through a function, I guess. Yeah. Like when I'm calling a function, the thing should still be present. What about the variant types? What's the problem with variant types? Just run examples, variant types. Is it the same error? String is not a variant in macro match. Variant types, line 10, match value. String is not variant. Wait, where? Compiling match. String is not variant. What? Is not variant. Not variant. Variant. Expected variant. Oh, talking about the types here. Is the type inference says that value is like this. Let's see, comp time dbg value. Comp time dbg. I should have like some like type of dbg type of value. Do I not have a type of? I do not have a type of. Value is an option string. I'm compiling variant types in built-in macro match. Macro match. Expect. Compile value and branches. Initializing. Expression match. Okay, I guess it doesn't like really say where. Here, right? On like which pattern. Let's wrap error with IRE branch match branch at this, which is going to be a branch pattern data span. Is that what I want? Match branch pattern, and this one is going to be a match branch body. Oh yeah, it says match branch pattern at examples variant types 11. Okay, so 11, this one. So it says that all right, let's say something like let's do print branch pattern data type and value type. Not inferred and string. So like it says that the value type is string. So I have inferred that the type of value that I'm matching over is string for some reason, somehow, even although that's not supposed to happen, right? Because value here is not string. This is option string, right? Does this mean that type ascribe? Yeah. Okay, so this does not compile now. Right? I know why. I know why. I know why. Because I say value is some value. So since I have pattern matched here using the is, this inserted the value into the incorrect scope. I see. I see how that happened. So I need to do something like inject conditional bindings. Conditional bindings are being injected. If I say the if, I am doing this by entering the scope, though. No way. But I'm compiling it then in the else case separately there. Let me just make sure that that is the case. So if I comment this, then it's going to say string is not variant still. Wait, what? Okay, so that's not the case then. Lemon, okay. That is not the case then. What if I say here, value is option string? That works. Delete that. Value is string. No, not string. Value is string. Type ascribe, expected this, got string. Option string. String is not variant. What? Sum underscore option string. Range pattern at 1711, 1722. Oh, wait, hold on. So now this is correct? Oh, it's line 17. Wait a second. Yeah. So maybe this is the problem. This says it's complaining about line 11, right? If I comment this, I mean delete this, and it's complaining about line 17, which is this thing here. Start to make my own functional programming language in Go that will compile to WASM. Any tips that you can give me? Thank you for using NeoVim. No problem. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. What do you expect me to tell you? Just do it. And good luck. I don't know how to make a programming language. I'm figuring it out myself here. But I don't know. What do you know? What exactly do you want help with? I myself am not going to compile to WASM for a long time at least, because I plan to make it easier for me and compile it into JavaScript instead, because I think that's easier than compiling to the WASM, because it's a higher level target. And I guess even the WebAssembly is going to be compiled into not directly, but through the backend like LLVM. It's like things like struggles that I had, if I had any. Well, I mean, today and like in the past couple of days, I've been struggling with macro hygiene. But I don't know if you are going to have that in your language. Are you even like planning to have macros? I know nothing about the language that you're going to be making. So if your language is simple, then I guess you're going to have different problems that I have here, because I'm making the opposite of a simple language. I'm making a complex language. Because I don't like simple languages. Simple languages means that your programs are going to be complex instead. Something is wrong here. Are Go programs complex? Well, I mean, when you're writing complex software in Go, because Go is not very expressive language, I would argue that the program is more complex in as a result as compared to if you wrote that in a more expressive language. Yes. But like at the same time, you can only write something very simple, in which case the language doesn't really matter much. Isn't writing Go the same as writing C, but you don't directly deal with memory? Well, I mean, it's a little more higher level than C. Like, yeah, like it's not exactly like that. It has more features like interfaces. Like interface, an empty interface, like the void star. Yeah, interesting features. I think the feature that is like making it different from C though is the Go routines. That's like the only high level feature there or something. I mean, they added generics recently, so like it's already like you can do something with generics there. They still suck compared to the generics in normal programming languages, but like they're like simple generics, which is better than no generics still, I guess. Let's see what the problem is here. String is not variant. Why do I want to compile to JavaScript? Because that's the easiest target, if in my opinion. My opinion might be wrong, because I think that compiling to like the native target is a lot more work, which I will want to do eventually. But as my first target, I mean my first target that I have right now is the interpreter. So like I can interpret my language directly without needing any like compilation target. And then, but later I will want to compile it. I will want to run it in the browser specifically, which is why JavaScript makes more sense. The only other alternative is WebAssembly, but WebAssembly is a lower level target, which makes it harder to use. And also WebAssembly doesn't have some features that JavaScript has. Like for example, let's say that you are implementing a language like C++, or even like I don't know if you can like catch panics in Go. But like in C++, you have exceptions, and exceptions, you need to catch them in C++, right? So if you want to, when it's compiled to Lua and then use it with Lua 2D, Love 2D, does that work like in the WASM? I don't know. I think JavaScript is like easier because I already kind of know it. Lua is not too hard, but I don't know. It's going to work on top of JavaScript anyway if I'm going to move it in the browser or something. But yeah, like WebAssembly doesn't have some features that are present in JavaScript. Wouldn't you lose a bit of control of how your language works? What do you mean? You can do everything in JavaScript that you can do in the WebAssembly, but you can do, like, it's easier to compile to JavaScript than to WebAssembly because, like, you have higher level of abstractions. But you can always do low level stuff. There is the, like, by using a subset of JavaScript, you can call your subset of JavaScript assembly. In fact, such thing already exists. Before WebAssembly existed, there was the ASM.js, which is a subset of JavaScript that were languages like C++ compiling into to work in the browser. Like, what do I lose by compiling into JavaScript? I don't lose anything. I'm only gaining more features than assembly has, because I'm gaining, like, features from JavaScript, like exceptions, for example. If I want to have exceptions, like, let's not argue about whether it's a good idea or not to have exceptions in a language, right? But, like, if you, like, that's a feature that exists and that does not exist in the WebAssembly. As a one example. Go plus kast in a nutshell. What is this? Can I have generics? No, there is type arguments at home. List string instead of list string. What? Is this supposed to be funny? What's the joke? Is the joke that we use, like, the square brackets to do generics instead of angular brackets? You know that there's, like, different languages that do it differently. You use the @ symbol in Haskell. You use the exclamation mark in D language. You use square brackets in Python, by the way, too. Go has the same stupid idea. Oh, Go is also doing the generics with square brackets. Yeah, there you go. I don't know. I don't know. Like, do you think that angular brackets are actually better than square brackets? Because I don't agree. Like, that's one of the things that Go actually did correctly, I guess, there, by choosing that syntax. So I guess Go is not that bad of a language. Some of their decisions in design I agree with. It's like tabs versus spaces. There is only one winner, and these are tabs plus angular brackets for generics. Is there anyone else in chat who is using actually tabs instead of spaces? You are the first person who I know that uses tabs instead of spaces. What? Expand tab should always be on. But anyway, that's like the invisible thing, so it doesn't even matter that much. Value is some value. All right, guys, I have the issue here. I think I might need to, like, check this later. I think the macro hygiene is hopefully solved, and I'm now, like, trying to fix other issues that I don't know who introduced and why is that broken right now. It does matter when people mix tabs and spaces randomly. What about this file that I'm looking at right now? You guys see any issue with this file? Actually, like tabs and spaces, like I only use spaces here, but, like, you know, like, I use 4 tabs and then 2 tabs here for some reason. I think it's because this code was written in VS Code, so the VS Code defaults to 4 tabs, and the NeoVim defaults to 2 tabs. For some reason, I don't know why the default is different. Is that what I set in my configuration? Set TS is 2. Like, why is that? How do I change my default thing? NeoVim. Did I do that myself? Tab size is 2? Oh, okay. I guess I did that myself. So it's does it change it then, tab? Because when I'm writing Rust, it's obviously not size 2. I guess maybe it's because it's smart indent, but smart indent doesn't work for this file. Help smart indent. Do smart auto indenting when starting new line. Works for C-like programs, but can also be used for other languages. Indent. Something like this works better in most cases, but it's more strict. And then it automatically inserted after a line ending in an opening bracket. Oh, this is a different thing. Okay, I see. Did I create a file on NeoVim? No, I think that the original was like, so the reason this is 4 tabs is because I was working in VS Code before. Maybe. And then when I moved to NeoVim, I had the 2 tabs. Maybe I should just like change my my NeoVim config and set the tabs to tab size to 4 there. Yeah, let's do that. Tab size 4. Now I'm going to have like the other problem. Fuck this Rust formatter. I want my tabs back. It's not the tab. It's in my NeoVim. You see this? In my here, I said expand tab is true. Expand tab to spaces. That is a line that is important to have. I think I have something similar in VS Code, but I'm not sure. VS Code might be doing this by default already. No? All right. Fine, I'll put your comment over here. Comment by dev ninja. I think I'm going to like fix the other issues of my language next time. Macro hygiene, I think, hopefully is done. Kind of, maybe, who knows. So I'm going to end it here. Right. Here's Infinite Coder, who is doing the toy GCC front end. All right. Yeah, feel free to look at the website, but the website needs to be improved. It's talking some ideas there. But yeah, I'm ending. Thank you guys for watching. See you next time. Bye.